Welcome. It's Rick B2T here. We're going to be empowering Christian patriots truth the next hour or so with 107. In the second hour, we're going to be getting into praise and prayer. We're going to worship him together, hear praise reports, and pray for your specific prayers on the Word and Worship channel on Faith and Freedom TV, as well as the Word and Worship channel, right? So that's where you'll find us. But 107 Live is going to be joining us here soon after we go through a little bit of news. We're going to be talking about Tina, Trump, and Venezuela with him, and just some news reports of what's going on with this crazy world out there. But guys, I tell you what, it's a Christmas season, and Christmas has come early in many ways. We're going to be talking about those in the praise part of the show in the second hour. But let's get into some breaking news right now. I did want to start, though, with letting you know about thejennifermackstore.com. That's where I'll be pointing you a little bit to help Juan out, and just to continue to support him and everything that he's doing. Also, another great patriot in this movement is Anna Kate, and she's pulled together just this healthy technology site that has some of the best water purification, the best not only water filtration but also air filtration and other technologies, grounding mattresses, so many things when it comes, even healthy cookware. And if you really want to make your clean home without harmful chemicals and really get into what's the best air and water that you could have in your home, not to mention other things such as grounding mats, make sure you go to healthytech.com and let them know that let Anna know when you call, or you can call them to understand what's going on with all these great technologies and get things customized to your home. They have a full water filtration system for your whole house, which is really interesting. 754-336-3394. That's 754-336-3394, or just go to healthytext.com. There's a link down below in this video as well. All right, let's continue here, guys, because this is quite an exciting time to see the progress. You probably saw Trump being live last night, and it was a great troll. I just love how he does this. So here's what I'm going to think what he did. So there was rumors that he leaked out with the Congress to saying that there was going to be major announcement about Venezuela. And so people were going, he's going to declare war on Venezuela. And that went out even through Tucker Carlson, just blasted that out everywhere. And so all the big networks were focused on him because they're going to basically see he's not the peace president. See how terrible he is. He's declaring war on Venezuela. So everybody's focused on him, waiting to just lambaste him from the mainstream media. And all he does is talk about his accomplishments for 18 minutes, right? Some people said he was trying to speed it up to try. You remember at the end he was trying to speed it up, and he didn't quite hit the 17 minutes like he probably wanted to. But point being is that he is the master troll of the mainstream media, and he had them all thinking that this is going to be a huge major announcement, and all it was is what many people call the campaign ad, right? But it did a really good job talking about what Biden had done and what's happened, without even talking about the selection machines, without even talking about Venezuela at all. So he just completely stayed away from that topic. Number one, it probably showed where some of the leaks maybe came from, because he probably only told that to certain numbers of people. And number two is also just getting all the mainstream media to be glued onto it. And that's what he did. It's beautiful. I love it. All right, let's continue with some other breaking news here. Here's the markets react strongly as inflation drops to 2.7% in November. This was not expected. People were thinking it was going to actually increase a little bit, right? So this is just showing that Trump's policies just work, despite everything the deep state does to try to make him look bad. It's just not working for him, right? So thanks, at Kim, Wisconsin. And so you see here, markets react strongly as inflation drops to 2.9%. And if you just look at this, cooled to 2.7%, falling short of economists' expectations and offering what could be welcome news for Americans struggling with high costs. The consumer price index rose 2.7% over the last 12 months. Just think about that, compared to where Biden had us. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, down from 3% in September. So to drop that 3%, that's 0.4% better than they were expecting. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones had expected 3.1%. So they're expecting this inflation to creep up and instead it drops by zero point 0.3 to zero point 0.4 below what it was supposed to be. That's huge from a perspective that it's just shown that everything he's doing is working. And despite the slow drops in the Fed, and it just shows that Trump was right. We could have dropped this earlier. And that would have actually spurred the housing market, right, from a mortgage perspective, et cetera. So core inflation, which excludes food and energy, dropped to 2.6% annually, the lowest rate since March of 2021. Isn't that a key date? What happened in January of 2021? It's right, the stolen election, the J6 false flag, right? That all happened. And now Trump has a reversed completely the massive inflation that they purposely dropped on us. I mean, remember, they cannot have a one world government with a strong United States of independent people that want to have nationalism, and they have to destroy us. So that it's clear that's what they're doing, right? That is exactly what they're doing. So, but there's a catch. The numbers come with a big asterisk. So, and this is the shutdown problem, right? The 43-day government shutdown that ended in mid-November left the Bureau of Statistics unable to collect most pieces of data for October. And so they're basically saying this could retroactively change. And so this is CNN's going to spin that and try to put that to negative. But again, the whole point being is that with a new Federal Reserve person coming in, lowering the interest rates, 2026 could boom. And then the whole thing that Kim Clements talks about the beautiful United States he saw in 2027, we're on track to see that. Right? The Democrats and Satan himself obviously wants Trump to be impeached and to lose November elections. As long as we stand firm as Christians and with our authority in Christ, guys, we're going to be on the path of Kim Clement, not the path of the satanic creatures, the Luciferian globalists that want us to be destroyed as a country. That's not going to happen. Oh, I see Juan in, so we're going to move right to Juan right now. As soon as I get the thumbs up that he's unmuted. He is unmuted, and so I'm going to put him on the second screen. Juan, how are you doing today?
2020, it's not over yet.
I love that.
Oh, the dramas. Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you, man, it's just epic. It's unbelievable where we're at right now. But I have one thing. There's all this stuff going on in the president, Venezuela, Ukraine, Congo, everything. I have one thing. Tina Peters. That's the only thing I care about this exact second. That's all I want to talk about. Mm-hmm. She's in peril. Mm-hmm. She's a heroine. She's a hero. She's done something that in the rarefied air of all the patriots, all the beautiful things that patriots have done across the country over the last decade, a couple of decades, trying to wrestle back control of our country to the people. What she did, you have 2,500 counties in the country. And out of all those counties, you have one county clerk that went in defiance of everybody, had legal authority, understood it, and made a copy of what was in the machines before anybody could erase the evidence of the fraud of the 2020 election.
Beautiful.
Yep. And she stands unique and alone and has stood her ground. A lot of people don't know this. She was offered the opportunity to have all the prosecution stop.
Yep.
All of the pain stop if she would just renounce what she'd done, destroy all those records, apologize, kiss the ass of the Secretary of State and Dominion and everybody else, the governor and all these other slimy people. It all could end. Mm-hmm. She just had to agree that she was wrong. And you know what? She sits in a state prison in solitary, 4 pit bull guards surrounding her at all times. Not because they're worried about other prisoners bothering her at this point, because they're worried that U.S. Marshals are going to come pick her up.
Yeah.
And they're choking back all the federal people coming to prison. They won't let more than 2 in the door at a time. You know why that is? Because she's got 4 pit bull guards. Nobody's overhandling, manhandling, whatever, to get Tina out of there. So they have gone into a totally defensive position. They think Trump's going to come do something. They want a big scene. So Tina is a pawn in a much larger game, national in nature, so much bigger than people have understood or want to understand even. Uh, uh, and we're here to, fight to get her back free. It's a very, very big deal.
Yes, and what was so interesting, the forensic recording that she got. Some people are saying, "Oh, it's all about the voter rolls. It has nothing to do with the machines." But hers is the only forensic copy, right? That was the before and after showing the illegal activity of Dominion.
Well, let me just say this, that the people that we have here in the U.S. who actually actively worked in the flipping of the elections 2020, in setting up those programs and those systems, in looking at the forensic copy that she obtained before and after the Dominion trusted build, have looked at it and said, first off, the trusted build deleted 29,000 files
Wow.
related to the 2020 election in defiance of both state law, 28 months, you have to retain those records, and federal law, 22 months. They did that before that period of time had elapsed in the spring of 2020, half a year after the election, 2020, spring of 2021. And so they violated state and federal election law, yet Tina's the one in jail, not those people that destroyed the records of the election.
Yeah.
Now, I can tell you that there's a bad hair day coming, and it's not too far off out in the distant future for some of the people that did that. And when they cry and moan and it's not fair and everything else, it's going to fall on deaf ears. Okay. It was just fine when you did what you did to Tina, and now
Mm-hmm.
you want us to show up for you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Dramas are ahead. But in the meantime, it's absolutely crucial. Tina doesn't have months and months to go through the court process, come up with a determination, get her free, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't have that kind of time.
Mm-hmm.
She's got health issues that are cascading, and it's been brutal. She's been buoyed up a bit because she knows we're out here, we're fighting hard. President Trump issued a pardon. But imagine how uh, sapping of your strength it would be to know that the highest authority in the land, in the world, has said, "You're pardoned, you're free, go home." And yet, the people that have physical custody there in the prison, the guards, the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the governor, are saying, "Nope, we don't care if the president says this. We're bigger, tougher, meaner," with their treatment of her, which was, unlawful in the treatment, let alone the prosecution in the first place. They ran her to trial illegally, and that will eventually come out. Even the judge in this kangaroo court, 41 motions put in that he denied, where they were trying, amongst other things, to um, show that there was not even a legal basis for this trial even occurring because she was operating under federal authority. If it had to be done anywhere, it should be done in a federal setting, federal court. But the state of Colorado and the feds had said, we're not going to prosecute. There's no crime here. The state went in there and prosecuted the kangaroo court. And then they won't even let her out on appeal on bail. You can run a meth lab and they'll let you out on bail on appeal on a conviction. But she's such a danger to society. And the judge violated her Eighth and her First Amendment of speech. Well, she was talking too much about this whole thing. And so the judge says, you're talking about this election stuff too much. I'm going to throw the book at you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's excessive punishment outside of, just, whatever the alleged crime was. He throws the book at her uh, and says that he's going to give her the maximum because she's talking. He says it right there in the thing. It's a violation of the constitutional rights, first and eighth. And doesn't matter. It's all going to get overturned on appeal. The problem is the governor's corrupt. They'll take forever. They're shaving minutes and hours and days off of Tina's life. So what can the president do? As I already identified, I just had one of the top law enforcement and legal experts on planet Earth, not somebody that just interprets the rules that police and departments operate under, write the rules for how departments will operate. Big difference. It's all the difference in the world. We just talked about Tina's situation just now for over an hour. And he concurs. One of the greatest crimes occurring right this second is the crime by the governor, the attorney general, the director of prisons, uh, and the warden, putting corrections officers and personnel in a catch-22. Do they obey President Trump's pardon, or do they enforce the governor's decision to continue to incarcerate Tina Peters, who was put on trial in Colorado? Literally, it's the whole trial is going to be thrown out as a violation of federal supremacy in this matter. But these guards are being put in place. They don't have legal training. They don't have attorneys at their behest. Think about this. The governor themselves, the governor's not a lawyer. Who does he go to when he gets, advice over what he's able to do legally to keep Tina incarcerated? He goes to his attorneys. Okay, these are the same attorneys advising the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, everybody in there, the head of the Bureau of Prisons, even the warden. These are the same attorneys generically advising Colorado, same cut, as advised everybody involved that they could take Trump off the ballot in
Yeah,
Colorado in the
exactly.
2024 election. Okay. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, we can take Trump off the ballot. Do it, do it. And you had a dozen states waiting. We're going to do it too. As soon as you win Colorado, we're taking him off the ballot in all these other states. You're on the path. Great job. Okay, do it. They went all the way up into the 10th District Court on an election emergency, whether or not they could take Trump off the ballot because of this conviction in New York, and which was on appeal. And that they were going to be able to do it. Everybody said, yeah, you can take him off the ballot. He doesn't stand a chance. We're going to win. Gets to the Supreme Court on an election emergency. And you know what happened? 9-0. Not even one liberal federal justice at the Supreme Court could agree with Colorado, all their attorneys, the governor, the secretary of state, anybody, the AG, about taking Trump off the ballot. Are you kidding me? You don't have the authority to take him off the ballot, you idiots. A 9-0 decision at the Supreme Court, that is telling all the people in Colorado, you're a bunch of effing idiots. That's the equivalent of it. A 9-0? When was the last time you heard of a 9-0 determination at the Supreme Court? It's always 6-3, 7-2. You can always get one liberal justice to decide, no, we got to go this way and get a dissenting opinion. This was 9-0. Not one injustice could find in the way that Colorado wanted to do it. And these are the same attorneys that are now advising, no, you can keep Tina Peters in prison. You can defy a presidential pardon. He doesn't have the authority to do stuff in Colorado. Okay. And what are they basing it on? What are the attorneys basing this opinion that they're giving to the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, the Bureau of Prisons director, the warden? What are they basing it on? No case has ever gone to trial on this exact thing. And in fact, the reason no case has gone to trial is because no state has ever tried to overturn a presidential pardon, even in a state case, and they do exist. So, what are you basing it on, Governor of Colorado? An attorney's opinion? Is that attorney worth his salt? Are these the same guys that told you you could take Trump off the ballot and told your AG and your Secretary of State you could take Trump off the ballot in 2024? What kind of a track record do they have? Is that going to be able to stand? Will that stand the test of time? In the meantime, Tina has damages. They are unlawfully holding her.
Mm-hmm.
If you do get to court eventually, and it's months or years down the road, and get a decision, all the time that Tina remains in your custody in defiance of that presidential order, that pardon, you're on the hook. You unlawfully detained her without any basis. There is no basis in law for them to defy the presidential pardon. And by the way, as far as how prisons are run, do you know that over the years, many times, not just occasionally, a rarity or whatever, many times, federal authorities have had to step into state prisons and take them over, literally take over a state run prison because the conditions were so out of compliance, violating the civil rights of the inmates who have civil rights also, even if they're incarcerated. You can't treat them certain ways. You can't put them in certain conditions. Okay. Governors allowed that to happen. Directors of prisons allowed that to happen. Attorneys told them it was okay. And they went ahead and did it. And then the federal government had to step in, take control of the whole prison, entire prison systems. Go look it up. Is President Trump going to have to show up with the 101st Airborne, backing up federal marshals and going in there and taking over the prison where Tina's at so they can take custody of her? And when they're only metering a couple of Justice Department people in there, a couple of U.S. Marshals in the prison at a time, so that nobody can take physical custody of Tina. They want to have a fight. She's got 4 pit bulls around her right now, anytime she's out of her cell, guarding her, not from the inmates, from being taken into custody by anybody that Trump would send there. Think about that. Think about that. It's insane. And the guards, the prison personnel, are being put in this catch-22. Do I obey the president of the United States? How many Trump supporters are in there going, gosh, this doesn't feel right, but I got to keep my job. I got to feed the family. I got to do that. That's what people said in Germany. My family's starving. I got to keep the job. I got to go along with what the courts tell me. Do you realize that the Nuremberg trials, you hear about people like Hess and Goebbels, all these high-profile names, the generals running Germany. But after the big names trials were finished, for years afterwards at Nuremberg, they got down through the ranks. Eventually, it was judges. The first Nuremberg movie wasn't about the big guys and Goebbels taking cyanide and killing himself and defying the hangman. The first Nuremberg movie was about the judges who passed judgment in Nazi Germany because laws had been passed by the legislature and ordered by the Fuhrer, and they
Wow.
enforced it.
I didn't know that.
Okay. Yes, go back and watch the first Nuremberg movie.
Wow.
It's an amazing movie. Stanley Kramer did the movie, a fantastic director. Some of the biggest names in Hollywood at the time are all in that movie. I think it was done in 60 or 61. And really set the country on its ear. And it was about judges and their participation in adjudicating and administering the law against citizens unjustly. Just because somebody passed a law. Well, we were just enforcing the law. That's all my job was to enforce the law. The legislature says that we have to sterilize people if they have, gone against Hitler. If they don't talk nice about it, we got to sterilize them. And the doctors, I hate to do this. Sir, I'm sorry that we got to do this, but here, go lay down on this thing. The nurses, we really feel bad about it. This is really bad. And then they proceed to sterilize men, women in medical facilities, ordered by the court. You don't show up, we come find you. You show up, it goes easier for you. You don't show up, we'll go after your whole family. We won't just sterilize you, we'll sterilize all your kids. We'll throw them in concentration camps after we sterilize them. That's what was going on in Germany. And everybody, I have to have a meal. I've got to take care of my family. I got to keep working. And they went ahead and did it anyway because, it's what everybody was doing. And the Nuremberg trials finally got down through the ranks. People had forgotten about it, but the trials went on because you were part of the machine. Those people that are continuing to hold Tina in state custody in that prison, in these lousy prison conditions, are going to eventually get sued by Tina because they enforced what the governor decreed without authority, without challenging it. They were participants in enforcing that, just like the job. Well, we're just following the law from the legislature. We're just following the law from the Fuhrer. It was absolutely, that was the law. I have to enforce the law. I'm a judge. Go watch the first Nuremberg movie, the one that was done in the 60s, and then look at Tina's situation. If you're a guard, are you on the right side of history or the wrong side? If you're a guard, if you're working in the Colorado prison system, we're going to get the logs of every person that had anything to do with Tina's case, including administrative. And you're going to have collective, partial, some type of involvement, guilt, even damages. And by the way, the threshold to prove civil damages is much lower than criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And your personal, your Harley, your car, your college fund, whatever you got, it's all in. You're civilly on the hook for damages. It's going to be huge damages for Tina.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So
Judgment
what you
at
should do,
Nuremberg. I have it on the screen right now. It's called Judgment at Nuremberg. Is the
that's right.
yeah.
And remember, that's not the main people. That's
Yeah.
when it started to get down to the enforcers. Okay, the judges, the doctors, the guards, the police that were enforcing unlawful laws, illegal laws. This is a question, is it lawful for a prison guard to enforce a state law over a federal law? Who told you that? Within the union of government employees, that I think it's 706 is the union hall there, where they have employees, prison guards that work at the Supermax prison, Alcatraz of the Rockies, where El Chapo. I keep wanting to say El Gaucho. I don't know why. El Chapo and the Unabomber and lots of other monster people are incarcerated. They're operating under federal authority. If the president says something, they're going to disobey it because the governor of Colorado says something. Just because it was a state charger and state prison, do you have the opportunity to license the proper legal advice to defy a presidential pardon as a state prison guard there at La Vista Prison? Everybody involved in the prosecutions during the Germany during the war, yeah, they were obeying the law. They were enforcing the law. And they were tried at Nuremberg and suffered the consequences because they were just doing what they were told to do. If you're told to lower the thermostat
Mm-hmm.
way down low in the cell blocks where Tina was being held, because the reason they do it, when prisoners are cold, they're less active, they don't do as much mean stuff. That's literally verbally what's been told, just to keep them less active. But it's a violation of the prisoner's rights. Like, we don't have the history. Excuse me, people are coming for you. The president ordered a federal investigation of the prison conditions in Colorado. And as those reports come back, we may be completely justified, forced to send in others to take over control of the prisons in
Mm-hmm.
Colorado. Some, many, all, whatever. And the governor's not going to stop that. There's a history of doing that with the violations, with stuff that I know, with people that are already got active things getting ready to be filed legally within the Colorado prison system, within the federal courts. Oh, traumas ahead. But in the meantime, with Tina's life on the line, her health on the line, her ability to recover, getting to her soon enough, we don't have the luxury of long months or years. It's not
Mm-hmm.
happening. Expect action sooner than later. And uh, for all of the prison personnel, at least as a first step to be on the right side of history, I would be sending letters out. I'd get legal counsel myself if it was me. I'm just, my own position is if I was somewhere in the system, I would retain counsel immediately. 500 bucks or something, might be 1,000. It's going to be cheap in the end. And ask them to help you to secure a get out of jail free card. What's that look like? They need to immediately send a letter on your behalf to the warden at the prison that you might be working with, not just La Vista, even other ones that Tina's been at, and other prisons within the Colorado system where things are being done improperly, and you know that they are. Are they going to, um, for example, in Tina Peters' case, indemnify you from any legal action that she might take that would incur personal civil damages or criminal
Mm-hmm.
for your actions operating inside the prison in her continued incarceration in defiance of the presidential pardon? Because they're saying that they have the authority and the president doesn't to hold Tina, and they're using you as a pawn in their political game. So do you have any protection personally while they play their game out that you don't end up having legal action taken against you or tying you down, including your ability to work because you violated some federal thing, as though you knew what you were doing, in defiance of the presidential pardon? Again, when uh, Trump's people come in and take over a whole prison, if that was to happen, is there going to be a job for you? Are you going to be able to get a job at a different location while everything's in question? Every single person working there, did you do stuff on the right side of the law or the wrong side when the Nuremberg trials start? Um, or some variation thereof. And beyond that, a letter to the warden clarifying your employment situation. You see, if you're having to choose between what the governor says and what the president says, is that a violation of your employment? Is that an unfair labor practice to put you in the position of having to choose between the president and the governor and whose orders you're going to honor? Who has superseding authority? You're in a conundrum and you have to pick which side. That's an unfair labor practice. You're being put in peril from both sides. You're in a vice,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to pick one side or the other. And any way you go, let's say that you decide you want to go with President Trump and talk with other guards, and we shouldn't be doing this. We should allow that the U.S. Marshals come and take custody. We should allow that the attorneys come to the door and take custody of Tina. We should escort her to the door. If you were to do that, you would face uh, redress. You would face employment crisis for obeying a presidential order, pardon, and you get retaliation against you within the state. If, on the other hand, you continue to retain and participate in and hold Tina, now you may come under both civil action from Tina to sue you, where they didn't have legal authority to hold you, and you participated from the state level, and it gets overturned. Uh, you may be personally on your Harley, your classic car, your house on the line. I don't have anything to lose. Okay, well, maybe in the future you do. And by the way, you do, because you could be incarcerated. Tina was a pawn in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And she was really in a more powerful position even than any of the guards there. She was a clerk of a county elected by the citizens in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And they took that pawn in this political game and threw her into prison unlawfully. That's all going to get overturned. You think you're in any better position than Tina as a guard in the prison when justice comes knocking? That was the whole conundrum for these people as the Nuremberg trials got down past the really high profile figures to the judge in the neighborhood, a policeman going to pull somebody in, knowing what they were going to do. Uh, uh, and they were participants at street level as it got, because we're going after everybody that is involved in this crimes against Tina when this is all over
Mm-hmm.
with her being held. Think about what I'm telling you. The other letters that you should have, you should get a letter of indemnification from the warden, from the Bureau of Prisons Director Mosley, from the Attorney General's office, that, if there's criminal stuff, you were just doing your job and you were authorized to do that, and they're not going to let you get prosecuted. That they're not going to prosecute for anything and allow the feds to come in and prosecute you. He can't actually do that, but then that's my point. He's got you in peril. The governor, are they going to make a decision that and put it out publicly? See, they just assert that the state has the right to keep Tina. On what court case are you settling that opinion on? Where in the legal framework are you settling on? Excuse me, there is no court case. And the presumption is Lincoln incarcerated a whole bunch of insurrectionists.
Yeah.
Your activity in defying a presidential pardon is insurrectionist. It's seditious, undermining the authority of the federal government, of the president of the United States. That is seditious in nature. Do you understand what the risk is? So you need a letter from the governor indemnifying you, and that they will cover any of your expenses, and that they will uh, uh, fight for you, that they've cited this law and that law, and I have the authority to protect you. Okay. And we'll do everything to protect you. We'll hire your attorneys and pay for your time when you go to court to testify, and depositions and everything else. Same thing from the attorney general, the director of the prisons. And then here's the other thing. You're a union member. I think that the union, I actually have a lot of appreciation for the work that's done in the unions. And I've interacted with some of the best that, kind of relatively notorious figures, but I understand this. Used to have dinner with one of them, very, very famous, periodically, at least once a quarter, and understood the neighborhood pretty well. It's a tough area. People have no concept within that union world and the attorneys that work in it. The union for the corrections officers should be the first one up to bat to tell everybody involved it is not appropriate, and we're not going to stand by while our union members are placed in peril both by the governor and the president, and they have to pick a side. But for their employment, everything else, they pick the side of the governor because that's where the paycheck comes from. Oh, really? And they pick the side of the warden because that's who assigns the hours, etc., and the assignments. Um, even I'll tell you one other thing. Uh, this was a unfair labor practice. The guards at La Vista had to go in and act like cleaners within the broader community jobs that you could have, because you're in charge of protecting society while we have some of these monsters. Most of the people are they're there, they do their time, they know they're there for a reason, and they get it over with. But that's not the majority. And some of them run it like a pack of dogs. The Supermax there, let alone the Colorado facilities, very you know, uh, underappreciated how critical they are within society for an American society. So the union needs to step up and mediate between these two camps and not let the guards be in the middle of this. Really, what should have happened is that the governor should have ordered to accept the deal to have Tina go into federal custody. That was the agreement that was being worked on for the last 7 months. Uh, uh, with no cost to Colorado, federal government will pay all the bills, take Tina into federal custody while Colorado could continue to pursue their legal action in the state. When the federal government's done with her, they could take back custody of Tina, which might be a decade from now. By then, we've adjudicated everything through the courts, state and federal, and determined if, in fact, the prosecution of Tina was actually lawful and legal, which is going to be overturned. Um, they want their pound of flesh right now. They're paying off their, you know, political buddies using Tina for their political Game of Thrones theater. So what I believe, every guard in there should be asking their union to go to their defense, because it's an unfair labor practice for them to be put in the conundrum of obeying the governor versus the president in this situation. You see what I'm saying? You see how this is a hard thing for those people that work in the prison? They're already doing difficult work, and then they got to pick, am I going to get sued by this inmate? She has the right to do that.
Yes.
The second that pardon was signed, and they're continuing to do it, you've picked a side. That's not fair to you, but it's the way of the world. You have to now make a decision. Do I follow Hitler, or do I push the law? Do I push the new law that these criminals put in place, or the pre oath law, Heil Hitler? Okay. And it seems extreme to even put it in those kind of terms. But then again, you have a person in custody whose health and life is on the line. Gold star mother. She doesn't have decades to sort this out. Your actions in shaving days off her life with the harshness, the difficulties that she's been placed in, contributed. What's your liability for contributing to that? I would put the warden online. I don't want to participate in this. I don't want to be on any of the logs. I'm stepping aside. You know what you're doing? You're getting on the right side of history. You're creating a record that you had questions about the legal conundrum you were put in, and you'll pause until you get a legal finding, action, indemnification. I'm on the right side of history. I'm on the right side of the law. The people that purport to say I should do something have the legal right to do that. There's a case called the Federal Crop Insurance, Merrill versus Federal Crop Insurance case. And in that case, the decision was that anyone put the prison guard in that situation. If you're a prison guard, anyone doing anything with any officer, agent, contractor, employee of the government, doesn't matter whether it's state or federal, by the way, it's on you. It's your responsibility to determine whether or not that person has the authority to order, direct, control what they say they have the authority to do. So it's tough, but it is the decision. It's up to you before you enter into any contract, agreement, operation, employment, anything with any government employee to determine first, do they have the authority to do what they purport to say that they have the authority to do? Does the governor of Colorado have the legal authority to defy a presidential pardon? And if you're not an attorney and you're not certain, you should seek legal counsel, ask that legal counsel to get a letter in writing, not just a verbal agreement, a letter in writing citing the basis for that authority, something that can be verified, to do that. I have a judge in a case right now where he doesn't know it yet, but We have him on tape, on record in the courtroom several times, overturning motions. And I'm not going to give you details on it because this hasn't been sprung yet on this judge. This judge was pulling cases out of his ass, cases that never existed. And he says, well, such and so case, so and so, in this court, it was determined that this was the legal finding case. So I'm going to decide against this motion and set it aside. Or I'm going to decide for this motion and go with it. We started looking because there was one case he cited. I'm like, I don't remember that case. I think we'd know about that case because that is in violation of this other case. So we start looking around. We can't find the case. I pay people big money, big money. Go make sure I'm not missing something. He actually said what court that happened in. And there is no such case. Then we start looking at all the other stuff, including a couple of other cases. We start looking. This judge is quoting cases that don't exist. And then saying my ruling is based on such and so. Nobody had ever challenged it that way and gone to the depths. So when the governor says that he has the authority to defy a presidential pardon, where's the case? He doesn't have it. It's never been adjudicated. Peter Tickton, Tina's attorney, the lead counsel, President Trump's friend, has looked at the issue and says, no court has ever determined this, and no federal presidential pardon has ever been overturned. So what's the governor of Colorado pulling out of his ass? I mean, there's questions about a whole bunch of stuff that's been say that he has the authority to do this. Does he have the authority to do it? That's what crop insurance, Merrill versus Crop Insurance Corporation, says. It's up to you, the person entering into an agreement, the guy that's agreeing with the governor to keep Tina incarcerated, working with the Bureau of Prisons, working with the warden to keep Tina incarcerated. It's up to you as a guard. It's on you. Seems crazy, but it is, to first determine that any government agent, officer, employee that you may be engaged with, agreeing with, doing something on behalf of, entering into a contract with, your employment agreement, by the way, has the authority to order the things they order, to do the things they do, promise the things they promise. And if it's not true, it's up to you to challenge it, to verify it, or not take action on what they've told you to do when they don't have the authority to do it, and you're in collusion. It's actually called racketeering. If there is a conspiracy amongst the guards, the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the governor, the attorney general to keep Tina incarcerated, that's covered as a racketeer influence corrupt organization in defiance, in this case, of a presidential pardon. Do you think if they're able to put Tina, a 70-year-old grandmother, Gold Star mom, elected by the citizens in Mesa County, in jail, in prison, where she's at right now, if they can do that to her, do you have the pull that she has? Are you going to be a pawn in this bigger game, this political game? Don't do it, man. Get a legal opinion. Hire your brother-in-law, your friend from college, whoever the attorney is, that you just need the basics. Send a letter to each one of those ones. I need an answer within 24 hours. What's your authority? And am I indemnified? If they come after me, are you going to protect me? Get it in writing. Remember the scene at the end of Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford, and he's confronting the White House official, and the White House official pulls a paper out and flashes it in Ford's face. And he says, I have a letter. See that there? That's signed by the president. I have a letter. Do you have a letter? You're going to go before Congress. You're going to defend your actions before Congress. I have a letter. And they're not coming after me because I was doing it under orders and it was official and I was well protected. Do you have a letter from the governor saying you're fully authorized? I'm going to protect you come hell or high water. The state of Colorado is going to pay every last expense for you, even if they come after your car, your Harley, your personal whatever. I'm going to protect you. And the state of Colorado is going to protect you. Do you have a letter? If you don't, you better get an attorney and get those letters going right now. And you want responses immediately within 24 hours from the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the Attorney General, and the governor. And oh, by the way, you should be talking to the union and union attorneys. Am I on solid ground? Am I being put in a conundrum, a catch-22 situation? Will you help me in fighting this unfair labor practice against the guards? The guards should get together. I don't care what side, I don't care if you think that Tina should be incarcerated. You're still in danger. I don't care if you hate that Tina's being incarcerated. Gosh, I hate to do this operation. I'm not in agreement with this, but I got to pay my bills. I got to get a check. That was the reason they ended up in trials at Nuremberg, and they were average citizens just doing their job. Figure it out.
Yeah. Hey, Juan, I know you have another hard stop here pretty soon. I just want to make sure people knew that they could go to the jennifermackstore.com, the jennifermack.com, the
Yep.
jennifermack.com. And there's a
Yep.
beautiful video called Free Tina Peters, Hallelujah. I've been showing it on the screen, but with the sound,
Yes, Jen put that together. Yes. Yeah.
it's fantastic. So make sure you go to thejennifermack.com. Share that video. It'll take you to a Rumble video. The link will, and it's just a beautiful video with sound.
You know what? Let me just mention something. You know what?
Mhm.
That video was extremely suppressed out
Yeah,
across the internet.
mm-hmm.
Extremely suppressed.
Mm-hmm.
And it should have got hundreds of thousands, millions of views. It only showed as having got like a few thousand views. I could put something out anywhere, I'd get 300,000 views in a heartbeat. And I had somebody within the system that says, yeah, that was detuned. They tried to suppress that every way they possibly could because people were sharing. It's download and share. Just share it peer to peer.
Right.
It wasn't getting shared allegedly. No, it got shared a lot, but everywhere they could, they stamped it down, took down posts and telegrams and X's and everything else because they hated that video, the machine. They stopped everything, and it's a fantastic video. So please, it deserves another push. And if your people push it hard and get it out and force it out there, that's an amazing video that Jen did. So please do. It's a fun one.
Yeah.
It's actually, it's one of those ones you want to listen to more than once.
Yeah, no question. And I think I'm gonna pull it down and put it on Faith and Freedom TV, so you guys can find it there at Faith and Freedom TV as well. But go to thejennifermack.com and it'll give you the link right away. Again, thejennifermac.com, and that's also where you can get the gold and silver, get all kinds of things like the Matador hat. Jackets and all kinds of cool. Magador. Yes.
In fact, let me just say this, and I've said it before, but I don't want to be over redoing it. But listen, even in the last many hours, without getting into all the weeds on this, two of the biggest silver consumers on planet Earth have had to go to mines and literally buy all the silver that the mine can produce for the next several years. And the number that they agreed to pay is significantly higher than what you see silver at right now. That's a very artificial price. It's diluted by paper trades in the mid 60s now, mid 60s,
65, 56 right now.
60s, yeah. And the reason is because the amount of silver available, a lot of the silver contracts, the physical silver wasn't delivered at the beginning of the month. And it's going to fail again at the end of this month, 1st of January. And so these companies, for industrial purposes, they have to have silver for computer chips. They have to have silver for the materials for these server farms and solar farms like that. China stopped all silver from being exported out of the country because it's a critical material for all of the electronics that they build and like that. And there's not enough, even with all of their mining and like that, to bring in from the rest of the world. So silver is poised to go significantly higher. And even the trades that were just done, the one that I was made aware of a few hours ago, where I questioned, well, is that true? Is what these people saying actually true? I got to one of the principals within that negotiation on the legal side. He said, yeah. And he couldn't give me the exact number, but it's a 3-digit number in the low 3 digits for that ramps up at certain checkpoints 6 months from now, a year from now, year and a half. And so they pre-bought silver from the mining company that they will then have to find somebody to process, final process, refine, etc. But the amount that they're paying is way over the current valuation. Why is that? Because they have their businesses stop if they don't have enough silver. They cannot wait until somebody finally decides to deliver silver. They have to have predictable supply coming in. So they're hiring private security to come in and auditors to come in and monitor the mine production and movement of the silver ore and the early processing. And then they will continue that as they move it to locations for final processing and then transfer to their manufacturing facilities. They're going to, with private security, protect every stage of it. And they've agreed to pay with the mining companies a number higher than what you're seeing currently right now. Why? Because the true price of silver, especially for industrial purposes, is much higher and they need huge volumes. Silver is under threat to go radically higher, especially as it's understood that much of the silver that's in existence being traded right now isn't real. It's paper promises, it's paper fiat that won't result in real physical silver showing up at the industrial use locations. So silver's under threat to go significantly higher next year. And as the Treasury comes in and uses silver and gold certificates for real silver and gold on deposit in the Treasury facilities, not just paper promises like the Federal Reserve, et cetera. Something's coming. So getting silver coins, of course, I think what Jen and I have is fantastic, and it's going to have collector value out in the future. And we don't print that many, by the way. We don't
Mm-hmm.
mint that many. It's a very limited supply. We're coming to the end now. I have one more delivery of uh, uh, silver coins for 2025, and then we're on to 2026. And by the way, the one for 2026, we'll do a pre-sale on it shortly. It's going to be epic.
Mm-hmm.
But with prices still pretty volatile, I'll probably have to move up prices. It's already past right now the price where I should have moved up my prices, but I held because I think it's still got one more bounce in it before it goes up further um, past 70. And so this is a good price right now, but don't have to buy it from me. Buy it, silver coin. If you get like a U.S. minted coin or Canadian minted coin, is actually very good with the maple leaves. It's actually a higher quality than the U.S. coins, by the way. Higher silver content, but it's not pure silver, and so the prices will look like they're at spot price. But remember, you're getting a coin that's like, even in the pre-64 stuff, that's like, you know, 70% silver, and the rest of it's things to make the coin strong enough to survive. So you're not getting a pure silver coin. That's why even what we have, which is 999 pure. Um, and then, by the way, the other thing is that the coins that we have, just so you understand, they're proof quality. Proof quality coins, there's a bunch more steps that go into making a proof quality coin with its purity, and also it's a polished coin before it's actually stamped. There's a lot more steps to it, and then the dies have to be changed periodically because in order to keep a nice, deep, solid stamping. So um, uh, there's a lot goes into it. We're actually extremely competitive. We're almost exactly, I think, just a hair under what the U.S. proof of quality coins are for the Silver Eagles, which is not spot price. So somebody asked me about this. That's why I'm taking a second to explain that.
Okay.
We're very, very competitive, and then the themes like that. I think these coins, they're going to be. This is the 2025 Gitmo coin, and it's you can see how it's got all the polish on it. So
Yeah.
uh, that's because of these extra steps. And then I think this is going to be so epic, so part of the whole theme of Trump moving on, Trump taking on the deep state bull,
Hmm.
and um, Trump as the Megador, not just Matador, but Megador, taking on the deep state bull. Because what's this about? It's the deep state trying to hijack control of America. One of the interesting things on Tina's case, I think it's kind of a fun, interesting thing. I never follow the Zodiac stuff and all that. It's not an area that I want to go into. Um, However, let me just add this: there is some interesting things in the Old Testament that tie to the different seasons of the year and some of the Zodiac stuff that some of the guys that look at it's like, well, yeah, that is in there. But anyway, but it doesn't mean I run my life by that stuff. It's an interesting curiosity. Um, I think some people have shipwrecked their faith by looking at the creation, not the creator.
Yeah. Amen.
But that said, the sign in the zodiac that the governor of Colorado is born under is Taurus. Taurus, the bull. And how interesting that the place where this challenge in this great arena that we're all watching, this bullfight with Trump versus Polis, and this imagery comes into play at this exact place in Tina's case. Denver, uh, that location in Colorado is like a great big bowl or cauldron. And from the occult side, because it's the highest major city in the continental US, that's why they wanted these underground facilities out at the airport and everything else that they're going to run the world from if they got their way. Uh, they actually, from the occult side, view that as a cauldron and to work from, doing their magic spells and mixing things up. But it's also kind of an arena, and the whole world's having to show up in this fight. And bullfights are messy things; they're horrible. And
Get that in
by
it.
the way, I'll tell you what, Jen has a blanket in her store there.
That's what I'm
It is
showing.
an extremely high quality blanket. Okay, it's like awesome. And we looked at a bunch of blankets, a couple of them that we could sell for a lot less. And when we found this one, and you compared it with the other blankets, it wasn't even a contest. This is such a wonderful blanket. Keep your legs warm in the wintertime, cuddle up under it, at the beach. We had it down at the beach the other day, and she used it on the beach. And it was it was nice because we were watching the sunset, and we stayed, toasty warm, even though we had a pretty good breeze because a big storm came in, huge waves and everything. We were watching it at the sunset the other day when I came back here. And but it's football games for grandma, grandpa over the couch, whatever. It's awesome. So just so you know.
Yeah, and I'm just showing it so you can get it in gray or beige. It looks like just FYI.
On the backing, yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
FYI. But now, thank you so much, Juan, for taking the time. I know you have a commitment, but wanted
Yep.
to just say a turbo prayer for you real quick. Hey,
Yeah.
one turbo question maybe and turbo answer is, I was just shocked about how all the Venezuela stuff came out with all the evidence and two generals and the lack of even coverage of that, even with influencers. What do you think's up with that?
Well, they still don't fully understand the magnitude of what's in play here.
Right.
Let me just say this for everybody here. The most important thing that Trump will ever do in his entire life, the most important thing that he will do within public life and his office as president, first and second term, the singular most important thing, and he knows this, that he will ever do is to bring about honest elections. It's the core of the whole American experience. When the Pilgrims came here, it was to get out from under bloodline rule, where it wasn't the best and brightest that ran the country. It was the bloodline privilege that got control, not just at the king or queen, but down through the ranks. And they were essentially pawns, slaves in somebody else's game. If you weren't born that way, you didn't get past it. Oh, you could perform, you could do things, you could get honors and things like that, but that didn't make you bloodline. You might marry into the bloodline, your offspring might get some place in it, but that was rare and it was down at the bottom of the ranks. Anything further up senior, they're only marrying in between the bloodlines. So they came to America to be sovereigns over their own household. And that was the American experience dream. Um, when you capture and steal elections, it's of the elite, by the elite, for the elite. It's a criminal class. Uh, Stealing votes, counterfeiting votes is more valuable than counterfeiting money. Why? Because the money gets spent by the people that counterfeit the votes and get in office.
Amen. Mm-hmm.
So when you understand what's going on in this Game of Thrones, um, by bringing back honest, lawful elections where the people that you voted for, your fellow citizens, take office, that you actually get to pick and choose who work for you within government, not some selection process where you just get fed a bunch of crap and somebody gets in there that'll do somebody else's bidding in these hijacked elections. That's the most important right of the citizens of America and people around the world. So when Trump restores honest elections, the scripture says God hates um, unjust weights and measures. People that put a fraudulent weight to try and get gain over their neighbor on how much grain they get, to how much meal, how much something else. When you have dishonest weights and measures, that's um, a something that God detests completely. And unjust votes is an unjust weight and measure. God hates that. So Trump is in a very godly position to return honest elections to the American people. The second thing that Trump wants to do, the other leg that he will stand before the throne of God on, when I was in the right place and I had the authority, I restored honest elections to the people, not just in America, but across the world. We start with America. We're going to get an honest election 2026, and then we go help the rest of the world. The people that stole the election 2020, in their affidavits, in their testimony before grand juries, they've testified before 3 so far. There's another one coming shortly. In their testimony, and they'll be doing testimony at Gitmo and other places eventually. In their testimony, they said that they overturned the elections in 71 countries plus the United States. All of those countries will need our help to overturn the fraud, the people that are in office fraudulently in those countries, and restore a citizen controlled government in those places. Honest weights and measures within the electoral system. And then the second leg that Trump will stand on is honest money. He's going there. It's going to be gold and silver coin, which is what the Constitution allows for, and gold and silver certificates for coin on deposit in the Treasury, moving away from the Federal Reserve System, but doing it in such a way that it doesn't destroy the country or the world on the way. We're going to move away from these international reserve system, and back to Treasury control over the minting of our money, what constitutes money and how we trade it, and not fiat. Certificates of deposit, silver certificates, gold certificates like Kennedy had. Go research it. Honest elections, honest weights and measures in elections, honest money, honest weights and measures within the money, not these frauds. We as a church, uh, disciples of Christ, that's how we get back to us being in charge and not these occultists, these people serving Satan himself with all these illegalities. And along the way, injustices in the legal system, like what's happening to Tina.
Mm-hmm.
Get honest elections, you'll get people representing you, and the things like what's happened to Tina will cease to occur. Get honest money, and the frauds within the way that the government operates and steals from the citizens and gives to these globalista families still goes away. And that's the beauty of what Trump's doing. And we pray for him as he goes, as he does what he's been commissioned, anointed, set to do. And he can't do every last thing. So others will have to rise up. We pray for those next leaders who are in training right now out across the country, being prepared for their moment of service just ahead as we transition at some point in the not too distant future from a Trump operation to others coming in to administer America as we go out to help the rest of the world. Does that click for you guys?
That's exciting stuff, is what it is. It's really exciting. So let me just say a quick prayer for you, Juan, and thank you for you and Jennifer. Lord, did we just lift up a Juan and Jennifer to you right now for their protection, their future team, and also not just protection, but also just blessings, Lord. Just amplify their voices like never before. Lord, we just lift up Tina Peters for a miracle to happen here, Lord, just like you did with Paul and Silas. Just open those doors somehow, some way. Allow the hearts to change of some of these criminals in Colorado, or Trump to make a decision, but free her quickly. And before Christmas, Lord, we ask, by the mighty name of Jesus, give her a Christmas present, give us a Christmas present to have her free and clear and out of there. And Lord, we just pray specifically for her health. Just touch her with your Jehovah Rapha touch, Lord. We thank you. We love you. And may people just that are listening to this broadcast, Lord, just take action on calling Colorado, calling the White House, just putting pressure on making this happen at this point in time before Christmas, Lord. We thank you and we love you. And we say these things in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
And we pray for all those people, those personnel within the Colorado prison system and the unions. And we ask that you would give them peace as they proceed correctly to get on the right side of history, that you would move on their hearts and minds, just like you moved on Pharaoh's heart, that the jailers would hear your voice, Father God, your angels, your direction, and sensitive at this other level in a spiritual sense of their role in justice or injustice. And it would help them to have clarity of mind in the next moves, in their understanding of what they should do individually, each and every one, to be on the right side of history. Give them clarity of mind. We know that your people, many of them, Christians, are in the system in a conundrum, and we ask you to give them clarity of mind and your peace as they choose the right path moving forward in this matter concerning Tina and the presidential pardon.
Thank you, Lord. Looks like we just lost audio on you. Looks like he got dropped completely. So thank you guys so much for joining us here. We're going to move to the Word and Worship channel to actually I'm going to move to this screen real quick just to show you guys. But again, just go to Rumble or Faith and Freedom TV. So if you're on Faith and Freedom TV, I'm going to come over out here for a second. Faith and Freedom TV. What you'll do is you'll just watch on the web app, and that's just faithandfreedom.tv, faithandfreedom.tv. And then see this live. We have 3 live streams here, but we also have, if you move over a little bit, there's the Word and Worship channel right there. Praise and Prayer and Word and Worship live. We're going to be going live there in about 10 minutes. In addition, you can go to Rumble and do the same thing. Just type in word and worship. Remember, it's word with the N, worship, and faith and freedom. Faith with the N, freedom. I use the N as in Nancy for our handles, right? So if you're in Rumble, you type in word with the letter N, and you're going to pop right up there. It's the first one that pops up. That is where we are going to be. We have a 7x24 growing your faith channel there as well. And again, word and worship, word with the N, worship, on both Faith and Freedom TV as well as Rumble. See you over there on one of those two platforms in just a few minutes. God bless you, and talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
With Tina, the more upset I become because there's a justification. And by the way, this justification is not just on the left. The justification is on the left and on people that say that they support us, like the Mike Johnsons, like the Jim Jordans, like I'm going to go down the line, Lindsey Graham. And then sometimes I see President Trump re-endorse those people, and it scares the hell out of me. Because then I'm like, I know he knows. I know he knows. And getting Tina out, that she's being abused.
Well, let me just add this, Joe. The work that you and I have done, even over the last month, when they didn't get Tina out, and we'd played nice all the way up to her birthday, and okay, we're working it. We understand there's this difficulty, there's that. Justice Department, and then they completely abandoned. It just wasn't. There's no prayer. You couldn't wait another day. Her health is failing. We went to a different gear, okay, and as was appropriate. No more patty cakes. I'm done with that. It should never have been allowed to get to this point in the first place. It just had to go to another level. And so, I've done 45 shows in the last month. Just about Tina. I pushed everything else off to the side. I don't want to talk, there's financial, there's war, there's Venezuela, there's Japan, Mideast Asia, all sorts of things in other states. As far as I'm concerned, all of it, the pivot point for all of these things is Tina. And by the way, let me just add this one thing. And I know Tina knows this. And so she doesn't want the wrong thing just to get something. She's come this far. We got to complete the course we're on. In this 5G chess that we're in, just imagine a chessboard where there's 5 boards stacked above each other and below. And the top board and the bottom board are veiled. You can't see the players on them. Yet both chess masters can pop people in and out from their board that's veiled. So Trump has a veiled board. His opponent can't see it, and neither can the rest of us. Our opponents have a veiled board, and we can't see their players, but they can pop in out of nowhere, pop out to nowhere, disappear, and seemingly be gone and pop back up. For the whole world, you're only seeing the 3 main boards. Well, that's complex enough, let alone they got boards where somebody can pop in and out and you didn't even know they existed. In chess is a game of attrition. So it has a limited number of moves. It's not like other stuff where it continues to expand and divide. As players come off the board, there's fewer potential moves. As players come off the board because you're taking out players. That's the whole point of chess. It's a game of attrition. And so you sacrifice players to gain position. But Tina's not a sacrifice. Let me tell you what's going on with Tina. In chess, as you move across the board, if you're a pawn, and remember, the whole game starts with pawns moving across the board. Most of the first initial moves are pawns moving out of the way for pieces behind them. And they get across the board and they get taken. They're sacrificed because it forces the other team to make a move to defend themselves or to move forward aggressively, and they take out pawns in the game. But one interesting thing about a pawn is if the pawn makes it all the way to the other side of the board,
it's kinged.
It becomes a queen. With all the power and latitude of movement, of the queen, the most powerful piece on the table. You have 2 rooks, you have 2 knights, you have 2 bishops, you got 1 queen, and it's all there to protect the king. In this particular case, if Tina makes it all the way to the other side of the board, which she is going to, she will be the most powerful piece, as powerful as any other piece on the board and more, as the existing queen. She will have all of that power. And now your leverage on the game increases exponentially. Tina's going to be able to talk not only about election fraud and how to correct it moving forward, she's also going to be able to talk about what has to be done in the prosecution. She's not just going to testify at trials with judges. She's going to be testifying at Gitmo and similar facilities. There's 3 of them. In tribunal settings against Americans involved in election crimes against America. Think about that. This is going to a whole nother level. And by the way, even going to your conversation with me here just a minute ago, those people that participated in frauding the election domestically are in fact conspiring with foreign actors. So at a technical level, they are a foreign agent. And it is foreign interference, even if they're domestic and they're here in the country, they've already realigned themselves with foreign agents. And by the way, for people that say, well, I just moved a thumb drive and I knew there was stuff on there, but I did that because I was in on it, but I just moved a thumb drive. I didn't really change anything. I put the cardboard on the windows. Okay. Excuse me. If you're just a getaway driver in a bank robbery, hello, you can also be charged with everything that the guys in the bank did. If there's a murder, if there's a gunshot, you get charged with everything because you're an accessory to that crime.
Right.
Okay. And they might mitigate some of the sentencing and like that, but they don't have to. And so you're involved in a crime to steal the election. There's a lot of people that thought their activity and actions were nobody's ever going to know. But when they do know, sorry, you were the getaway driver. I didn't know they were robbing the bank. Oh, you when they left with guns. Well, it's a dangerous neighborhood. And when they came back with the bags of money, and you pushed on the gas to get out of there, did you ask any questions? What's the bags of money here? Yeah, come on, man. Give me a break. These people are gonna suffer greatly, and they're gonna be looking. How much are you gonna feel heartfelt? I'm so sad. Poor Jenna. Gosh, she's had a really bad hair day. I feel so bad about Jenna. Right. She feel bad about Tina. Do any of these feel bad about Tina? How's it going to be when Governor Polis's $30 million is now Tina's $30 million? You think that's not going to happen? Tina has a suit against him because here's the thing. This is what I wanted to say to your audience today. There's 1,000 places that we could go to.
Yeah.
We've had papers, stuff that has been, out there presented to the warden and to the Department of Corrections director and like that, putting them on notice that their acts concerning Tina are essentially a violation of law and her civil rights. And
so I have that letter.
Yeah, well, that's the proposed one that is for publication. Let's get there in just a moment. But there's a letter now from John, her local Colorado attorney, that went to, he's written 2 letters now to Department of Corrections and to the warden, CCing Governor Polis, saying that they're violating Tina's civil rights. By implication, Tina can sue everybody involved, every single last one of them, including the prison guards. See, if the prison guards do something unlawful, unconstitutional, they violate somebody's civil rights, they personally can be sued. And the department, the union might back them up or whatever. but then again, they might not. And if their violation is egregious enough, the government can't represent them. They violate. They were outside their contract, their employment agreement. So the danger for all of the guards and people involved in the prison system in Colorado is, especially with publication, they're on notice that they personally are going to get the opportunity to be sued by Tina. Um, it's a notice by publication of a potential violation. Okay, it's called an NOPV, notice of potential violation. So they'll be on notice that they personally can be sued. Their personal property, their personal future pay can be levied when Tina wins. And the government can't protect them. And if the government does want to protect them or says they will, okay, better get a letter. Remember that scene from Clear and Present Danger, where Harrison Ford's confronting the guy in the White House about his actions, kind of an Ollie North type of a thing. And the guy says, I have a letter. The president signed this letter. So I was doing it under his direction, his authority. Do you have a letter for the things you did down in Colombia? And if you don't have a letter, then you might be going to jail. Okay. Do these Department of Corrections people have a letter? I would say they need it from their union and they need it from the governor. But I wouldn't, every person there, if I was a prison guard, if I was an administrator, anywhere, including the director of the prisons, I would get an independent, not a government attorney. I'd hire my own attorney for an hour. Here's my situation. Should I get a letter and ask for the union to guarantee that they're going to cover your expenses for legal counsel, not the guy that just got out of law school last week and it's his first case, not the government attorney who may or may not know where his ass is, but real counsel that costs real money to defend you for your actions while you had Tina in your custody and she was incarcerated and you had her protection control, couldn't let her out when the president issued a pardon. Because see, that clock already started ticking. The second that the pardon was signed by Trump, anybody that obstructed the pardon being enforced is now actively holding Tina in violation of her civil rights and a federal pardon, the presidential pardon. Just because Polis says he has the authority to tell his prison guards to do this, and just because the warden says they have that authority, by the way, no court case has ever examined this issue. It's never happened. And the presumption is that the president's stuff is right. And that's where the law starts. So you're going to have to prove that the president was wrong. This is an inversion of that thing with the 6 Democrats that came out, the Gang of Six, saying that you don't have to obey an illegal order. Okay, let's go the opposite way. All of those prison guards don't have to obey an illegal order. Is the order by Governor Polis, is the order by the warden legal that you continue to detain Tina Peters? You've picked a side. You better get a letter saying that if it turns out you were wrong and that they told you something that wasn't true, that they're going to cover your legal expenses and any damages. Because your house, your car, your classic might be on the line. Tina knows I love classic cars, so she might get some classic cars from a few of you guys, trucks and 4-wheel drives, and I'll buy them at auction.
I love classic cars.
Yeah. So, but again, the people need to think in these kinds of terms. If you're in the prison system, you're in a very precarious situation, and you're going to be notified, publicly notified. That's a skeletal copy that's going to be refined all day today and tomorrow. We're going to publish that.
Can we put up the
go ahead and put it up.
Can we put up the letter? let's, if we can, put up the letter from John Case to the warden.
Well, proposed. Put up John Case letter first. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the proposed letter from. Well, this is the one that you put out there, so I took it directly off.
Well, it's not from John. This is a proposed letter for the Ticton team and John Case. This is what my team put together, and I'm offering it to the audience, just like we put out the executive order, proposed version of the executive order. So now, there may be people in your audience.
This is the one that you put out on your X account.
Well, we haven't put it out yet. You're the first person to see it outside of my legal advisors. Okay. So we put this.
Can't be the right one then, because this one I took right off of your deal.
Oh no, that's John Case's one, I think, right there.
Let's read John Case's first, and then we'll read the other one.
Okay,
and then we'll read the other one that you actually sent to us. Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me read this. Dear Warden Stansel, on December 5th, 2025, President Donald J. Trump issued a full and unconditional pardon to my client Tina M. Peters at approximately 5:55 p.m. on December 12th, 2025. I personally served a copy of the presidential pardon on armed DOC staff at the La Vista Correctional Facility and requested they release Miss Peters. Instead of releasing Miss Peters, as required by federal law, DOC personnel stated that they would not comply with President Trump's pardon. Their refusal is categorically unlawful. A presidential pardon is self-executing and immediately terminates all legal authority for continued custody. Your refusal to release Mrs. Peters is not a clerical delay. It is a willful deprivation of liberty under the color of law in direct violation of 18 U.S.C. 242. If more than one DOC employee acts in concert to block her release, it further constitutes a conspiracy to deprive rights under 18 U.S.C. 241. I expect Ms. Peters to be released immediately. If she is not, her attorneys will pursue all available civil and criminal remedies against every state officer and official who knowingly participated in obstructing the enforcement of a presidential pardon. Please provide written confirmation without delay, identifying the precise time Ms. Peters will be released in order to create a plan to safely receive her.
And by the way, John's doing tremendous work. You know, he got kind of sent on a mission the other day to the prison doors because things have to be formalized. There has to be a formal, direct request in order to further tighten the noose, if you will, that it's not just something from the governor's office or the attorney general's office. Those people at the gate put themselves on the line, in the fight, on a side, and I'm just following orders. I was told, okay, were the orders lawful? Okay, how did you check that? That's where, by the way, when you're talking to your attorneys, guys, for the prison employees, when you're talking to the attorneys, mention the Merrill versus crop insurance case. Merrill, Merrill, I think. But Merrill versus crop insurance, the Supreme Court decided that, I take it back, it may have been the 10th Circuit right there in your area. But anyway, the court decided that no person engaging in any kind of business or contract with a federal government employee or agent, in other words, contractor, should take what they say at face value. That it's up to the person taking action, the person who has something in peril. In other words, the prison guards and administrative people. It's up to them to determine if what the government employee, agent, officer, etc., if what they have said is the law that they can do or should do, or any promises they make. It's up to the person who is engaging with them in any form of business or contract to determine if they have the authority to do what they say they're going to do. So the way you determine that is, I want a letter. I want a letter from the warden at the prison.
Correct.
Indemnifying me that they're going to protect me because they're totally lawful, and why it's lawful. Not just that they will do it, but on what legal basis are they citing as their authority to do anything which they purport to do? And then, second of all, I would also ask that from the Department of Corrections lead, Stencil, who's named here, and then beyond that, I would also ask for the same thing from the governor. I wouldn't trust that any one of them has the authority to do what they've said to do. And if they don't, and you accept it, then you accept the consequences. That's the whole point of crop insurance, Merrill versus crop insurance, is that anybody entering into the contract, they're, the consequences, they're taking it on with full knowledge that they've made a decision that they're going to trust that the government employee, agent, officer, etc., has the authority to say that, to do what they purport, you should do. And if they don't, it's on you. Too bad. So you better get a letter. You better get, and I'd get it in writing. I wouldn't take it. See, right now, all those people have is somebody's word. They've all been just told, yeah, no, we're fine. Or they got a letter. Okay, so the letter just says he has the authority. Doesn't mean that they're going to indemnify you. Your name on the letter. I want a letter to me personally, with my name on it, that you're going to protect me, provide legal counsel, and pay any damages that may arise from being in anywhere touching Tina Peters. And then the other thing is that the next step for the legal team is not just John Case, but Peter Tickton as the lead counsel. They will at some point want the logs of everybody working in the prison and what they were doing and where they were at concerning Tina, including the teacher that made all the bullshit statements about her that led to a lot of the recent trauma. But we'll get logs, and then every one of them should understand that they're personally, potentially in violation and liable personally, not just the state. And then every taxpayer in Colorado needs to think about this. If the governor says he's going to indemnify all of the employees against any kind of a legal claim from Tina for anything they've done, that's going to be on the Colorado taxpayers. They're going to have to pay that. Tina's not just going to buy a G6. She's going to buy a whole airline with her winnings. Okay? Because she's going to win. The trial should never have taken place. That's why the judge 41 times blocked actions to show that she was doing what she was doing under federal authority, never let it be part of the trial, never let the jury hear it. Got a conviction through his obstruction of justice.
What's the outcome for people like Matthew Barrett? What's the Judge Matthew Barrett? What's the outcome for people like Dan Rubenstein, who lied and obstructed and covered up the crimes? What's the outcome for the investigator that personally called up Matt, who's the head of the County Clerks and Recorders Association, and they worked together, they conspired together to hide the improprieties? What's the penalty for them?
Well, I think, I don't want to get ahead of what may happen in court, but, those people operated under color of authority, and everybody involved thought they were on the right side of stuff. And yet, then again, did they? No, they were colluding. See, here's part of it that's not even in the public side completely yet. Remember, you had Tor Mars, and she was recording a lot of these conversations taking place behind the scenes between various of the players, the judge, the Secretary of State, other things, their text communications and all that. I believe that's all going to come out. And when it does, if they were colluding in the way that it appears, I think eventually that's going to be determined to have been criminal collusion in order to deprive. They may not be getting out of this with just a fine or a loss of position. They may very well be in the very position that Tina's in because of what they did. So we'll have to see. I mean, I don't want to, state something as a fact before we get there, but I can guarantee you they got a rough day ahead of them somewhere in here. It's going to be pretty epic. And these will take a decade to play through. Okay, so I don't care as long as team's free. Yeah. I don't care if it takes a decade. Let them lose hair over this. Let them hand wring over this. The way they did to Tina times 10. I think it's appropriate. There's some kind of karma thing that's about to happen, and for all of this audience, it may be slow in coming to this reversal as the pendulum swings back, but the reality is, it is swinging back already. Even with what President Trump's going to do with his White House Oval Office talk to the country tomorrow. And every day afterwards, you're going to be seeing things that it's going to be like, oh, finally. Well, even there, it wasn't wrong that the president has taken as long as he has, because the issues are so great. There's so much at stake that you don't have the luxury of getting one detail wrong. The whole world is on the line here, and we're adults. Even Tina's situation over the last many weeks, the calls to the White House were trending all Tina, with all the things in the world for the last month since we pressed hard on this. Your audiences and dozens of others have been calling the White House, as well as Polis and everybody else. But it was the White House. It was President Trump. Even the calls to the Justice Department. The White House, President Trump did what he did unilaterally. He said, okay, carry out of the way. I'm issuing a presidential pardon. I could care less what those, advisors. President Trump, he's got Job's advisors. Remember in the Bible, Job, his friend.
Oh, yes. I'm very familiar with this story.
And they're so, here's what you do. And then his own wife, okay? It's that bad, okay? Oh, my gosh. Talk about advisors, right? So President Trump has horrible advisors. I've said this, horrible. Trump has actually turned to his attorneys in the Oval Office and said to other people, you're the worst attorneys. Do you see what I got for attorneys? This is the advice they give me. He's literally criticized in front of other people because they give him such lousy advice. So Trump says, okay, I've done listening to you guys. Presidential pardon, write it up. Here's what I wanted to say. Get it done. I want it in a few hours. And he got it done. He didn't even listen to anybody else. So we're here because Trump, done. But it's also because he's on a timeline. And he knows that Tina couldn't quite make it to the finish line without a little bit of support. And so he's not deviating from the main timeline, which is on a schedule regarding the national emergency regarding elections and the date he wants to put that executive order out. That's kind of written in stone. And so he's adjusting stuff with sending in, doing the federal inquiry about the conditions in the prison, calling attention to Tina, multiple times talking about Tina now over the last couple of weeks. And but even as important as getting Tina out is, he couldn't blow the larger game or get out of step on the timing. And that's tough to say or hear, but it's just the way it is.
So I know I can see the comments from everybody else, and the thing that they're saying right now is that all of that is great. All that's terrific. You got thousands of people that are involved in this fraud. Thousands.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know what? Let me just add one little thing. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? They spent during Trump's first term tens and tens of millions of dollars building special port facilities at Gitmo, where they can take every single FEMA ship. Remember, within this crowd, a lot of you remember these FEMA ships. We're all going to be put in prison in FEMA ships. They're going to come for all of us, patriots, and blah, blah, blah. In fact, oh, by the way, yesterday and the day before, I was with Roseanne Barr, and she's doing a 6-part special. She just started filming yesterday and it's all about the Patriots and having to build underground tunnels, and they're all coming for us. It's a great comedy. Randy Quaid is her
Randy
boyfriend.
Quaid.
Dennis Quaid, who played Reagan. Randy Quaid is Roseanne's boyfriend in this 6-part series TV show, and she just started filming on that, and it's going to be epic, hysterical. She's such a great friend, but because we're going to make fun of these guys with a lot of what we had to go through. But part of this whole thing is that all the FEMA ships that were built supposedly to help in emergencies, there was the contention and the guillotines and everything else. Are we going to be put on those ships? You know what? In Trump's first term, he had the port facilities around Gitmo built up with concrete piering sunk deep in the water so that they can't just survive with the FEMA ships parked at them, a Cat 5. They can survive a Cat 6. They literally sink the boats in place. And they can hold about 25,000 prisoners in there. And each of the ones is kind of specially built for the specific FEMA ships. So if you say thousands, we got a lot of room. We can house 25,000 beyond the main base, and we can still build out a lot of room at the base. So there'll be plenty of room for all of those people that wanted to participate. And there'll be different levels of problems for people that have participated. On the whole, it's going to be tough. There's a lot of people that they don't think we have the documentation of what they did, when they did it, where they were at, whatever. Truckloads.
President Trump said there were truckloads. And my fear is that, and it's not a fear, it's a recognition of things that we've had to deal with before, is that we keep constantly talking about what we have.
But there was a time, I know that. Look, Joe,
I know what I have. I know that what I have is enough.
Yeah, those complaints are not invalid, and I don't want to diminish in any way, shape, or form the audience here who is screaming for justice. The justice is slow in getting here at times. That's painfully true. But even if Tina could take it as long as she had to finally be at this point and do the turn.
Yes.
See, that's why I even mentioned the chess thing. All of your audience who've endured, who've persevered, who've stuck with this in their own lane, Tina's emblematic of a broader movement. That's why I've said, President Trump, you have to save Tina because she's emblematic of the rest of the constituency here. Everybody else, to some degree or another, feels similarly an offense against justice for themselves personally, and they haven't been vindicated. They told the truth. The elections are frauded. They knew it. They worked to get honest elections. They did all sorts of things, and nothing, or inadequate, or the courts, whatever, didn't go through with the cases. But don't let the last period of time taint you against what's about to happen. When President Trump issues the national emergency regarding elections, and then issues the executive order, and then begins, even within the national emergency, one of the key components in doing it as a national emergency is that because the courts are also compromised, appointees in the courts, judges, etc., were put there by people who themselves were not in office legitimately. Okay, so there is a different levels of this offense. As President Trump comes in under a national emergency regarding elections, now he can go out, including with arrests related to this national emergency, suspensions of authority. One of the things that was said just a few months ago, we had a situation where Justice Department was critically in this particular situation. And the word came back from the White House Don't expect justice from the Justice Department, and don't expect the assistance to come from the Justice Department. And in fact, it didn't. It was another agency that I don't want to say here. And everything pivoted to a whole different way of pursuing justice in this matter. And the people involved, cases, I would not have anticipated it until it happened. It's like, oh my gosh. So it's the same thing here with getting to justice in the elections. Maybe we're not supposed to be looking for justice at the Justice Department and the judges. We are going to see it at Gitmo. And it's not just for Russia stuff. It's the 2020. And as Trump has said, I got a song. 2020, it's not over yet.
Yeah, no, it is not over. But I need to tell you this too. About 45 minutes ago, I got a text message, and it says, "Joe, you were waiting for arrest. Guess what? Look at what's going to happen tomorrow." That was 45 minutes ago. That was 10 minutes before President Trump.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. Somebody's going to have a really bad hair day. Oh.
Yeah, so there's arrests. I think tomorrow is going to be on the heels of something about to happen at the same time that's happening. I do know that is.
Well, context. Tomorrow is when he's going to do his national address.
Yeah, but you think the national address will address the fact that people are getting arrested?
Well, don't expect the big arrest tomorrow. Again, there's a process here, and it literally happens in waves. So, we want the diners to have a chance to assemble. So we'll knock this down, then we'll knock down. They make a move, we make a move. It's a chess game, but we're in the winning position. They're going to be losing critical players all the way to the end here. From this point forward, is my opinion. I know.
So we still have a problem. We have a problem. Her name is Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche. I mean, those are two very serious problems that we have because they run the DOJ.
Again, I just told you, though, don't expect the resolution to come from the Justice Department. We were told that quite some time back.
Okay, let's say it comes from the military.
Well, it may or may not involve the military first round. But what it does do, there's something else going on that you're not aware of, and I can't say. But it is a process.
I wonder if I know about it. I want, wink twice if same thing.
Well, I mean, I when I went out and did, I had to meet with some of the people out in DC. I don't know, probably 2 months ago, I guess, on something, and I was pretty surprised we were getting their traction in that location, but it was excellent, and it allows for certain operations into Justice Department function, which the rest of the principals over Justice Department have no control over. So just watch. I'm personally pretty comfortable that we're in the right place, including with Tina's situation, because as hard as it's been to get to this exact moment with Tina, instead of still remaining as a pawn in the game, she is going to complete crossing the chessboard all of this drama over the last, even months, where we've just taken it to a whole nother level, Joe, has forced the situation. National media that didn't want to pay attention to Tina is going to have to pay attention to Tina. They're going to have to acknowledge her, and she will have a role in what's coming. We're going to get her back to full health. She's still got piss and vinegar. She was really fading.
I talked to her last night.
Okay, well, they threw her back into solitary, and that really pissed her off. Well,
kind of. Now she's actually the Al Capone of the Department of Corrections. She's got her own pod.
But she got her own microwave now.
Yeah, she's got it all.
I'm waiting for her to get her own cook.
She walks down the hallway. She's got like Guidos on either side, one in the front, one in the back. They're all carrying like battle rattle. I mean, she right now she runs the place.
Yeah, well, what's funny is, of course, all those inmates that were being mean to her, that taken aside, you know, now it's like, yeah, that one there, she was really mean to me. Yeah, give her a mean, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it appears to me that things are moving in a direction that is
Well,
good.
let me just say this one thing. I apologize, Joe. Let me just say this one thing.
Yeah.
Go back a few days when she was thrown back into solitary the other day. Right up to that moment where she was put back into solitary, she was fading a lot. Nothing's happening. It's not. I'm just. They're just going to leave me here. Nobody's coming for me. Uh, Chains, if you will. When she got that extra layer of piss, and combined with knowing in the next hours just how much we were doing outside and pressing hard, and it wasn't just one person. When she comes out alive and then goes and gets healed and comes back, there is not one person that can claim that they got Tina out. Okay, we have a whole bunch of hosts, and everybody like to be able to, you know, uh, strut around. I got Tina free. Even the president doesn't get to it. This has been a community effort. This is all of us that came together. There's no one single group or person that gets to claim credit for freeing Tina. She's going to get free, and she's going to be in a very powerful position because of this community, and it's helped us also to rally together. We're going to get through this issue, and then there's others to come beyond it. But this is such a core issue. Um, you know, uh, at the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, uh, they had to grab groups from all over the front and move them, put them under Patton's authority, Third and Fourth Army, and race up to where the Germans were moving with this new front. If the Germans had succeeded in reaching uh, the ports in Belgium and cutting off the supplies and dividing the British and American troops, um, they could have extended the war bare ass minimum 3 months and more likely 6 months. And by the time they extended it that 6 months, all of the wonder weapons would be online, and their ability to wage war would have gone up orders and orders of magnitude. So, with everything, nuclear, intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine warfare tactics, machines, etc., they were that close to winning the war, and nobody realized it because all they had to do was get to the port in Belgium or even close to it and choke off supplies and divide the American and British troops. And they'd have bought the time needed to win the overall war because then the other weapons come in. Look at the situation here right now with the vote fraud stuff. They're hoping to delay, and it's why they have to hold Tina to destroy her spirit. They're hoping to just buy enough time that Trump's a lame duck. Nothing's been done. It's all over with. 2026 is held the same way all the elections have been being held, and it's a done deal. They win by default because we took too long to get there. That's why I tell this audience, take a deep breath. Don't give the devil his due at all. Don't give these pundits their moment by speaking that we're not going to get there in time for 2026. Watch what happens in the next days and weeks. Trump is going to issue an executive order concerning how the elections are run. Before he does that, he must have the context of a national emergency. Gives him the legal basis to go in and say all the existing voter rolls with all these false people on the voter rolls, etc., out. You have to come in, sign up to vote. You're going to do it on a voter registration card. Every clerk at every county in America is also a notary. So they can notarize that. You're going to sign under penalty of perjury that you live where you say you live, that it's inside such and so district, and that you're an American citizen with the right to vote under penalty of perjury, and it's going to be notarized. You're going to have to do it with government issued ID, clean voter rolls. And a lot of people are going to scream bloody murder. The Democrats are going to absolutely go insane. They're going to scream down the street. Why? Because they can't win an honest election. All those groups, the Soros groups, and else, and not one machine anywhere in sight. Not one. And when the vote is counted, it's going to be counted by hand by American citizens. Hand count, paper ballot, counted where cast. No transporting them in the trunk of a police car. Oh, it's safe. No magic acts, grandma with her knitting basket showing up in Nevada at the Central Vote Counting Center and then put paper over the windows, having to watch from a distance. They're going to be counted in the precincts where they were cast by American citizens, and they're going to report it right there. Tabulation, reporting right there from that precinct, all around the counties, all around the country. They're not going to be able to steal this vote. And that's what Trump's going to order has to happen with this executive order. So national security directive, and then specifically the executive order, how are the elections going to be conducted? And the first checkpoint is clean voter rolls, starting from scratch. No more false citizens, no more voting 3 times. Voter registration card that you have to sign, it's notarized. And if any piece of information isn't true and accurate on there, you're going to jail. Harsh penalties. We're going to get an honest election. No mail-in ballots. Hawaii, no mail-in, 19,000 ballots by mail, but there's no envelope, never went through the postal system. We have imaging of all the photos or all the mail that goes through the postal system. Go show us where it went through the mail on that date or any other date. Didn't happen. So how do you get mail-in ballots showing up in the Hawaii count that didn't go through the postal system? It's an impossibility. Now, 19,000 of them just in Hawaii County, let alone all of California. Trump talked about it yesterday, 39 million votes. Do you know that Newsom lost the recall campaign and they frauded it in LA County? Wait till that comes out. And we got it. Truckloads.
Well, I mean, we know that Smartmatic is in LA County, and we know that the election systems in California are largely fraudulent. We could tell that by even the recall election. And that's what I mean when I say that we have fraudulent elections across the entire country and it spans decades.
Yeah.
You know, Juan, do you think
so? We're about to put that to an end decisively. The only way it can happen, you can't put an end to it in the courts. We know that. That's why what I'm telling your audience, Joe, and I'm reinforcing with you. I'm even slowing everybody down. The key, and if you don't get it, then you better everybody scream bloody murder to outer space, but you're going to get it. The national security declaration by President Trump regarding elections is the key to everything. Even the executive order concerning how the elections are run. President Trump had an executive order. It was Executive Order 107, signed on March 25th at 1:07 in the afternoon of 2025. And that 107th executive order directed all the clerks around the country and all the governors, everybody, to clean the voter rolls before the 2026 election, gave them 180 days to do so. You know what happened? Absolutely zero. Nobody cleaned anything, okay?
Right.
Nothing got cleaned. That's why your people are so pissed off, okay? And it was not done in the context of a national emergency, a declared national emergency concerning elections. What gives Trump the authority in a national emergency to bring in the military as needed? All those clerks that stubbed their nose at him, gave him the finger, we're not going to do anything concerning voter rolls. All those politicians that said, we're not going to do that. All those governors said, we're not going to do that. All those AGs said, we're not going to do that. Bullshit. All those secretaries of state said, yeah, right, Trump. Okay. When he declares a national emergency, he becomes, yeah, they don't like King. Well, they're about to see what King is, okay? Because he can bring in the military. If they don't want to agree with it, they can take over any office related to elections that they need to. Take it over. Put anybody else in there they want. You oppose that, you're part of an insurrectionist act. Okay? See how that fares for you. You want to go to Gitmo by blocking any of that stuff? Because it'll be under a federal emergency. You won't get just charged and go into a federal court. In a state of emergency, you're going to go to a military court. See how that works for you. Watch. You don't believe me? You don't have to. Just watch. Just watch. See if I'm right or not. You can come back. You can come back in 6 months and tell me I was full of shit. Okay, I'm all ready for it. See if I'm right or not. I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong in any of the stuff I've said so far. So watch.
Okay, so this is where I start getting into I'm a detail person, right? So I
Yep.
don't think you can solve a problem until you get.
No, it's good. I'm glad. That's why I'm talking to you, not somebody else, because you're knowledgeable enough that we can have an actual for real conversation. So that's why I enjoy being with you, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my issue is that I look at structures. I go, okay, let's hypothetically say it's the government. It's not the DOJ files an emergency order. We got President Trump filed for a pardon. You can see the frustration boiling.
He didn't file. He issued a pardon.
He issued a pardon. Okay. He issued a pardon. You can see the frustration from President Trump boiling over. You could see it with certain people in his administration.
Yeah. And by the way, when Trump's pissed, you should be a little bit nervous. So far, they haven't actually been bitten. So he's about to start biting. But go ahead.
So he's got a three-headed snake, right? He's got the snake that he has to deal with on the media side. He's got the snake of an election coming up, and he's going to set up these different standards. And the way Tulsi talks about it, I agree with you. There could be some room for error, but there's the problem that I have is that you must have cooperation in certain areas in order to execute on things that you want to do. So even if you put an emergency order out, because he's put out emergency orders. That's why he
called all the generals in. Don't kid yourself. He was making sure everybody knew any of this riffraff bullshit, we're not going to obey an order. He let them know, I am 45, 46, and 47. Who has the biggest gun in the room? Biden never had it. Now you're under military jurisdiction in this continuity and government operation. This challenge between NORAD and SES, which I mentioned before. This is a fight between SES, which came into existence in 78, and NORAD, which came into existence and with their rules in, the portions of exist before, but basically the 54 code. So concerning nuclear weapons and beyond, who's going to have the premier authority? They never handed over nuclear to SES. SES claims authority over nuclear. They never got it. And Trump never gave it up. They were almost there. And by the way, who's doing all these false flags? That's all SES stuff, okay? When you had 9/11, Trump said when he stood there at the buildings, before I'm done, you're going to know exactly who brought these buildings down, okay? Including Building 7, which no airplane hit. Gosh.
Yeah,
and by the way, how long does it take to do a demolition on a 50-story building? How long does it take to do the setup? It's not like a day or a week. Months and months, design, planning, access, everything. That didn't just happen. That was in the makings for a year. Years ultimately with the planning and all that. So again, who had that plan? Who was involved? That's SES, because they believe that they have the right to help orchestrate emergencies in order to move us where we have to go, which is into global compliance. Who are they working with? Who's SES working with? Serco out of England. Soros. Where's Soros come from? He's a total creation figurehead for MI6 and MI5, British intelligence, national and international. He's a creation of them. Why? Because he got black bag money that they didn't have to go to House of Commons to get get the money out of somewhere. They got it by frauding the market, just like our CIA got the drug money. So this fight is so much bigger than most people even have a starting place to understand. Trump and the people behind him. Trump said he was invited to run, and he accepted the invite. Who invited him to run?
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know.
Trump has said he was invited to run by 200 generals. That's a matter of record. Trump was invited to run by 200 generals. That goes back. By the way, that whole operation goes all the way back to MacArthur and Eisenhower, when they realized that the Rockefeller and families and other families from around the world were conspiring with the way that the wars were being run with Korea to create a certain situation within this world body to steal authority in the various nations. And they further sealed the deal when President Kennedy was assassinated. And that's when the war was absolutely on. In fact, there was going to be what would have amounted to a coup attempt against Clinton, and the 34 officers on a plane headed for a facility in Georgia. The plane crashed inexplicably, and that was thwarted during the Clinton administration on certain authorities that he was doing unlawfully. It's taken from then till now, almost 30 years now, to reorient, re-express, and that is this operation where the generals invited Trump to run, but it's not a coup. They had to have the legal authority of the commander-in-chief to do all the other stuff that they had to do. And because this fight didn't just start yesterday, so many of the things are in play, including SES, all the stuff from Carter on. Look, they're running false flags. Las Vegas, Sandy Hook, excuse me, that's not resolved. Let's see how that works out. I'm entitled to an opinion. So, I think it's not a finished matter. Alex Jones or not with their little thing. And by the way, look at this little game that was played with Fox News settling with Dominion for $500 million.
I mean, okay. Look, I'm currently interviewing attorneys for a defamation case that I'm going to be pushing against everybody. So
I could give you some additional to interview. I got a couple there in Colorado.
Yeah, they want
might be good options.
Yeah, so and I have two that have said, Joe, I don't need your money. I'm gonna do this case for you because they're all gonna have to pay. So
yeah.
I feel, a certain part of me feels some vindication for some of the stuff that's come forward, but I also have this trepidation about all the information that didn't come forward.
But again, context. We did not have control of the situation adequately. And as the White House said, justice in this case isn't coming from the Justice Department.
Right.
It's a captured operation. You're not going to get to justice at the Justice Department. It has to come from another place. And it is. But beyond even that, and by the way, Justice Department is a totally captured operation from SES. I can name the players, okay, involved that are taking instruction. Remember every time Cheney had a fake heart attack, what did he say? I'm running the shadow government, and he was. He wasn't kidding. He was telling you the truth, okay? They were doing these operations in the background that you didn't realize were going on. Trump's coming against all that. He's pulled all their money away. By the way, do you know that the prison guards in Colorado and the federal employees union is fussing and very upset and has a lawsuit, I believe, against Trump right now because Trump stopped the money over at whatchamacallit, the USAID money. Now, why is USAID money, which is supposed to be for foreign aid,
CIA?
It's all CIA money. Why is it being used to help supplement the salaries of prison guards and to keep enough of them on the payroll. On what basis do you have all these people on the payroll and they're getting money out of USAID? What's going on there? And so they're going to sue because Trump stopped money going to USAID with the Doge thing going into the prison system for more guards. Something's wrong there. But you know, uh, Trump cut off the money supply for a lot of the mischief. And they're still pissed off about it. Trump had to start starving them out. You say that you want to go to war. Okay, sometimes the best way to go to war is first shock and awe, get them to expend a lot of their arms and munitions, let them starve them out for a little while, cut off the supply chains, and then you come in there and do something. Trump's been playing a bit of rope-a-dope here. Okay, when he comes out of his corner, and tomorrow night's probably the first of several. Don't expect everything tomorrow night on the table. It's a first shot across the bow that will become more intense and then more intense again. And by the way, this is an announcement of EBS. It's not. We're not even there yet. That's all in the near future. Uh, uh, but first, it comes in stages. Why? Because we're not ready for it yet. I don't want to go to war until these guys are knocked down a few paces. So the timing is everything. And also, we want to be able to pick the point of engagement, not just the time of engagement, but the locations that we engage on. Do I want to engage them in the federal courts, which are a problem, or do I want to engage them at Gitmo? Okay, where the 200 generals have pretty good control. Let me just help you. One little thing. I apologize for being a little bit strong in this, but let me hold the conversation for just 1 second. During the Biden administration, with Nancy prancing around, a couple days after Biden was inaugurated, Nancy proposed that because the president could become feeble and not know where he's at, whatever, exactly what happened, that the nuclear command and control, the suitcase, the briefcase, should be moved to the House, and her as the speaker have that authority. Why was she doing that? Because Biden didn't get it, and she wanted to have the House force that nuclear command would go over to the Speaker of the House. Why? Because Biden didn't get it. They're trying to force a situation. They know what happened there. And by the way, what did Trump do? He's supposed to have the card on him or within arm's reach, and he cannot give it to another soul on planet Earth. He said last summer, what, they think I was going to give the launch codes to a teenager? Are they crazy? Because they're searching Barron's sock drawer and video files, right? Looking for like Trump would have given it to him. He didn't give it to him. What Trump did when he walked through Cheyenne Mountain is he left the card the only place on planet Earth that it could sit other than on his person or within arm's reach. And that's at the command headquarters at Cheyenne Mountain with the generals running it. And how did he still keep command and control then? Because he memorized the card. Remember early on, after he was out of the office, Biden's president, just a few months after he's out of office, they report that he had his medical exam. And in that medical exam said he had perfect memory. That was said for the guys in the mountain. And in the context of another investigation was going on, I won't get bogged down at 45 days after the election. 5-day, all 5 services took testimony on whether or not Biden had won the election and what if certain protocols have been met, and they said no, which kept Trump with that authority. But Trump memorized it. And when you heard from the doctors, yeah, he's got perfect memory, yeah, because he knows the entire nuclear response code. He had it in his mind. They go strip search him in New York as many times as they want. They can go tear Mar-a-Lago apart. The card was not in an illegal place. They're not going to be able to charge him with violations for keeping the card with nuclear codes. It's all in his mind. He memorized it, and they couldn't change. Here's the other thing that people don't understand. When Trump declared a national emergency on the 13th and then went and sealed up Cheyenne Mountain on March 15th, at that moment, no one could change the code, not even SDS, could change the original codes on the launch codes. They were locked in place, and nothing Biden or SES could do or Serco could do changed any of that. It's still the same today. So this game is so much bigger than most people realize. Let Trump say what he's going to say tomorrow. Understand it's a first step, but he's making it important by doing it as a national address. He's raising the bar, and then there's probably other stuff which he'll allude to in that coming, which will be the follow-on steps to that, which, by the way, then allow that the arrests that happen related to election fraud don't have to go to the Justice Department. Think about that.
It's a lot. It's a lot to go through. Well, Juan, I gotta jump because I gotta actually go to. I have family in town, which is really.
Oh
good.
my gosh, you have a family. There's people that even want to own you at this point.
Yeah, barely,
They have
barely
to
want to
disown you
own me.
completely.
Yeah. But we have a lot going on with Tina Peters, and there's much more to be had. But at the end of the day, we can anticipate that Tina will get out of jail before Christmas, correct?
I would say that that's absolutely true. President Trump is not dithering. He's on a mission. He's made it excruciatingly clear. The only thing I would add, though, is if I was anywhere in the Colorado prison system, I'd be trying to get some kind of indemnification with your personal name on it, not just members of such and so union, your name, that you are protected from any of the coming lawsuits, civil and criminal, that may be coming for your actions. See if you can get it. I don't think you're going to get Polis and everybody else to jump in. They might give you some, something that looks like it. You better have legal counsel that's your own legal counsel to advise you and hold the course. And then if you decide that you're not getting it, or in the interim until you do get it, I'd refuse personally to work. And what's the retribution? What's the retaliation? They're gonna retaliate against you for refusing a unlawful order. Whose order is lawful? President Trump with his pardon, or Governor Polis? And you have the responsibility to determine if any agent, officer, uh, uh, employee of any government entity has the authority to promise you anything or guarantee anything or do whatever. You better double check. I'd get legal counsel.
Yeah.
Because you probably don't know yourself, so they know exactly the right questions to ask and how to lock it in, because you're in very precarious neighborhood. Look at Tina. Just last thought, Joe. She was just a county clerk, and here she finds herself in a vice between all these players, all of the British money coming in to force our elections to go a certain way. Yeah, it's British money. Soros and others with their globalist tactics to take control of America. You have one clerk, Tina, just trying to do her job, and her whole life turned on its, end, completely disrupted. Her in prison. 70 years old, Gold Star mom, never even had a traffic ticket. Gosh, I budget for them. I mean, give me a break, okay? And so any of these prison officials, any of these guards, you're just a pawn in somebody's bigger game. You better get legal counsel. You better get it right now. And before it's too late, try to lock them in. Get them to promise to cover any expenses you might have defending yourself, or attachments to your personal property because of stuff you did, because they said, no, go ahead and rob the bank. No, seriously, just drive the car. You don't have to be in the bank. Just drive the car. Come on. It's okay. Nobody's gonna know about it, okay? Not even your mother's gonna know you were involved in this. Yeah, right. Think about it.
Look, I agree with you in a lot of different ways. I want things to move quicker. I want things to move more swiftly. I want to be able to work the problem, and I want to be able to activate and bring other people into the problem as well. Because the more people we have that are rowing in the same direction, more probable it is that we'll get to an outcome that cannot be stopped by this deep state. So,
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Have Sheila Holm back with us again. We're gonna do a deep dive on Tina Peters, talk about sedition, talk about treason, talk about all the people that have, probably already been, arrested, but we're just not seeing it. The lies and disinformation that's out there. So much that we can cover today, and we're going to. Sheila, thanks for joining us once again.
It is so awesome to be with you. There is so much happening. I mean, it's like the floodgates opened when they realized President Trump said, my fellow Americans, we're going to have a conversation tomorrow night. I'm going to address the nation. He doesn't have to do it through EBS because he's doing it straight from the White House now.
Wow, how about that? So
Yeah.
everybody's been waiting for EBS, and we're just going to have it direct from the White House.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
And I don't know if you've seen the fact, but if you just think of the numbers of today, today is 12/17, a 17 day, which is amazing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
But 12 and 17 is 11. 2025 is 9. It's the mirror of 911.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Isn't this amazing?
Back in their face with it. That's good.
And he's doing it right tonight. And what does that match up with? We'll see this when we go through the Twitter feed in just a little bit. Do you remember when we were at a rally? I wasn't at that physical rally, but there was a rally. And do you remember when Santa Claus came out in costume, and then Mrs. Santa Claus came out in costume, and they danced around, and they were talking about gifts and everything else, and on the wall was the picture of Santa. That picture got re-released today. So Santa was in the midst of all these bricks, and the picture of Santa has a hammer and another tool in the other hand, and that matches a Q proof about Christmas, justice by Christmas.
Wow.
So,
Ah,
and we're kind of a week away, a little bit over a week away, but that's where we are.
yeah. Well, the numbers line up right. So I like that because they're all about numbers, and we play those numbers back on them. I think that's really good because we're,
They're not even cooperating. And
right.
this letter that just went out on the 15th to them personally, because they'd already met with them, and this explains exactly everything that happened. So I don't know if you want to share this down below the interview, or this is on. I retweeted this today, and I'll retweet it with Jaco on it, and so you guys can go on his page and find this. This is a profound, profound letter, and so I don't know if we want to take the time to read it, but it is so good. So would you like to read a paragraph? I read a paragraph. What would you like to do?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll start out, and this is very
Okay.
interesting because it's directed directly to the warden. Dear Warden Stansel, on December 5th, 2025, President Donald J. Trump issued a full and unconditional pardon to my client, Tina M. Peters, at approximately 5:55, interesting time, p.m. on December 12th, 2025. I personally served a copy of the presidential pardon on armed DOC staff at the La Vista Correctional Facility and requested that they release Mrs. Peters.
Instead of releasing Mrs. Peters as required by federal law, the Department of Corrections personnel stated that they would not comply with President Trump's pardon. That's very specific, guys. That wording is very specific. Their refusal is categorically unlawful. A presidential pardon is self-executing and immediately terminates all legal authority for continued custody. Your refusal to release Mrs. Peters is not a clerical delay. It is a willful deprivation of liberty under color of law in direct violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 242. If more than one Department of Corrections employee acted in concert to block her release, it further constitutes a conspiracy to deprive rights under 18 U.S.C. Section 241.
Wow. I expect Mrs. Peters to be released immediately. If she is not, her attorneys will pursue all available civil and criminal remedies against every state officer or official who knowingly participated in obstructing the enforcement of a presidential pardon.
Please provide written confirmation without delay identifying the precise time Mrs. Peters will be released in order to create a plan to safely receive her. Now, before we move from this, in the paragraph you just read, they knowingly participated. They knowingly rejected by saying, we will not comply. They don't have any, they have no involvement with her once that pardon was put in their hands. It's over. And so to say we're not going to comply with any presidential pardon. Now, here's what's really wonderful. Do you know that these pardons operated precisely according to USC 18 before President Lincoln? He was the first Republican president. The Republican Party was brand new. And these pardons were honored even before President Lincoln. So the things that are happening are so critical. And that's why when I responded to things today, I kept saying, please go and look up the definition, the terms that are involved in sedition and treason. Because anybody who knowingly operates against federal law, anybody who operates against our Constitution, anybody who incites people to do the same knowingly, that's treason. The difference in the wording, and that's why I wanted us to go back and look at the word knowingly. If you've knowingly participated in this, and that's why Juan's been saying, you guys better think about getting an attorney, because a lot of attorneys aren't going to represent you in this kind of a case. So you better start looking for somebody now before. It's just like when everybody in DC was notified, a new sheriff's in town, this isn't going to work anymore. All of a sudden, there were no attorneys available in DC because everybody hired attorneys.
You have all the maneuver.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some very interesting things are going to happen, I think, going forward, as far as the accountability, who's going to be held responsible and so forth. They're going to try and get to the point where they're going to oh, I was told to do this and I was told to do that, but I don't think that's going to be something that they can get away with. Now, do you want to read the terminology or the definition of sedition?
I will, but they can't escape from this.
Yeah.
Because that was a whole thing on the military accountability.
Mm-hmm.
You're just following somebody's orders.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't matter, because when it comes down to the rule of law,
yep,
you chose to operate against the Constitution. You chose to operate against a legal American who received a presidential pardon that's unconditional. Period. End of story. You chose to operate the way you operated. I want to make sure that they're making it very, very clear. And the reason why these terms are so critical is a lot of Americans don't understand, just like a lot of the military, when they told President Trump back in 2018, when he went and served him dinner in Afghanistan, and there he was, and he said, how long would it take to get out of this war? And he said, well, sir, probably 7, maybe 10 days on the outside. He said, then why are you guys still here? And he said, we're following orders. That's what happened in the military, but that's what happened everywhere. Everybody in the medical industry followed orders in 20 and 21. They were all following orders. So you can't make me be held accountable. Those consequences are now coming upon the people who chose to follow orders and operate against the rights of the people on the land in America. So sedition is speech or action that encourages rebellion or unrest against a government, falling short of treason, which involves direct betrayal or aiding enemies. But, okay, now let me just add a caveat. This is from Sheila. This isn't in the term. Look at what some of these senators and congressmen are involved with, because they went and tried to negotiate other deals with cabal members that were sent out of this country, deported, and tried to go back and renew deals with them. Because one of the biggest things with Tina is the Venezuelan connection, international interference in the Colorado election, which was a federal election. And that documentation is held, which we forget about, with the House of Representatives. Every election is a federal controlled election, and people don't realize the depth of this. So, but aiming to disrupt lawful authority, often through incitement to insurrection or hatred. Historically, sedition laws have been used to suppress dissent and political speech, leading to prosecutions under acts like the U.S. Sedition Act of 1798. Though modern interpretation, especially in the U.S., mounts that the laws with free speech rights gives them an opening to not consider it sedition. And that's what Senator Mark Kelly's trying to do because what came down from Pentagon yesterday, he's under command investigation of what he said in the seditious six. We've seen that tape.
Yep.
And now, when I mentioned that last night on an interview with Juan said, Sheila, it's probably over 240 now. So they started with a seditious six. The other one's enjoined in it, because when you enjoin in it, you're participating and you're choosing to follow that process instead of following the rule of law. And that's why we've made very clear the rule of law is so important.
So
And
Juan said 240 now. Is he talking about Congress and senators, congressmen and senators?
well, when I said the seditious six, he said
Yeah.
it's no longer six, it's more than 240 now. So they've already got the names of all the people. That's what's really crazy, is people are out there saying whatever they want to say. Just like when they said all this stuff about President Trump, just like when they refused for him to even be on X.
Yeah.
Just like when they took down people off of YouTube. You don't have the right to do that. What was your ruling that you followed in order to do that?
Yeah.
Because that is severe censorship of truth.
Yeah.
And you don't have a right to do that in America.
Well,
So
they
to
just
say
did
we were
it. They did it to a lot of
seditious,
us,
but it was our free speech, it doesn't equate.
yeah, but they came back with we're protecting, the community, and the community can't, determine on their own, what is right and what's wrong. That's ridiculous, right? So it's free speech. That's why there is free speech. Now, Susie Wiles has been accused of making these inflammatory accusations against Elon Musk, calling him someone that runs around the White House doing ketamine, and President Trump acts like he's an alcoholic, and some of the things that he does. And so we talked before the show. Now I'm watching that and I'm like, I haven't seen this interview that everybody's saying that she did say all these things. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. There's no video.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of things. She never did a video with anybody. She never did interviews. Now she's made a couple of statements on a couple of things, but not anything like what they're saying. And so where's the video?
Yeah.
Where's your evidence? Where's your proof? And what they don't understand when we were talking about sedition, it's right in the first line. Anyone that does speech or an action that would encourage rebellion or unrest against a government, when you start resisting and wanting other people to not follow what the commander in chief is saying in this nation, from military people, remember Quantico on September 30, we've already covered that. It's the same thing. We are all under the same rules and laws in America. And Senator Mark Kelly is not above the law because he's a senator. And how horrible is it that our senator doesn't even know the law and doesn't even know our Constitution and doesn't even know he caused problems for himself?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
And former military, and then telling the rest of the military not to obey an unlawful order, where he knows that everyone goes through at the very basically. I remember this in boot camp. You learn about unlawful orders and how it's your responsibility not to follow them, or to not really follow them, but to bring them to everyone's attention, so you don't have a rebellion. And that's what they're trying to incite, a rebellion. So yeah, there's definitely some things that are going to come down from this. Perhaps tonight it's going to be announced. So that'll be interesting. So if it is announced tonight, then do you think there's going to be a movement? Because Juan has said that President Trump is going to announce basically an emergency election, you know, type thing where, we have to come in and make sure the elections are secured. Maybe that comes out tonight.
I think the whole process comes out tonight
Wow.
because the election, if we are at a point, and I don't know, I don't have an inside source on this part of it. If we're fully ready to go back to being a republic by correcting our currency, correcting the elections, having a republic structure with the corporation being dealt with, and it's dealt with, but forming everything back. And that's why Jefferson told us, once you have corruption in the republic, you can't just replace an evil with something else. You have to completely do what President Trump is doing right now. And if in that case, I believe there's a statute within the structure that there has to be an election within 120 days. And
Oh, wow.
I know the time? Do I know the timing of this? But this is what is possible for us. But again, I'm not one of the people in the room in the conversations.
That is
But
amazing. That makes so much sense that
doesn't it?
we would just have a across the board, another election. Everybody gets
Because
registered and then we have an
yeah,
election. Wow.
well, and it's immediate because as soon as you have the election, you have a change.
Hmm.
The
Yeah.
corporation switched it from February, March timeframe up to November, and then gave them until January to do whatever they wanted to destroy during the transition time. There's been no transition.
Hmm.
They just do whatever they want to do and give all sorts of pardons, and they do all of this stuff. Their ability, that structure under that person is gone, and the new comes in because we decided not to vote you for another term, so you're gone. That hasn't been happening under the corporation structure. Election beginning in November, and the next person doesn't come in till toward the end of January. All of this is different, but that's why I kept saying read the Constitution, and I highlighted this week on the things that Juan's been issuing, and I said we don't have to rewrite because remember, Hillary Clinton was pushing, so was Nancy Pelosi. And so were some of the others. I mean, those are the two that were really being vocal about it. We have to have a constitutional conference, just like they did in the beginning. We don't need to rewrite our Constitution.
Right.
But what we do need to do, instead of rewriting the Constitution, we have to read the Constitution. So reread it, not rewrite it. And so that's where we're at because people don't understand. And after we do the one on treason, and again, think about the word knowingly. I mean, Comey knowingly set up a Gmail account just like Hillary. So he wasn't going to turn in Hillary, he'd have to turn in himself. And when you do that kind of communication on national affairs on an unsecured non-government computer, what are you doing to America? So, I mean, I'm just giving a simple example.
Yeah.
But when you knowingly do these things and then you lie about it and do the cover up of it, and you don't let the American people know the truth, and that's what's been happening to us the whole time we've been a country.
Yeah.
But now we have documented evidence because we have those records, we have those emails, we have it all. And
Yeah.
so they knowingly committed treason against our country. And remember when Kavanaugh was being interviewed when he was up for Justice of the Supreme Court? It was so profound. And it's just a funny quirk that it was Lindsey Graham that questioned him. I mean, it's just kind of funny. But anyway, Lindsey Graham was questioning, this is civil law. And is it different from military law? And he said, absolutely. And then he had him explain the difference. So people are wanting, where are the arrests? Where are the arrests? You don't see the arrests when it's military. You don't know that these things are going on. All I've heard is the brigs are full. Now, have I been on military bases and seen that the brigs are full? No, but I've heard that the brigs have been full for a long time.
Wow.
And so where are these people? You're not seeing these people out in the public anymore.
Well, I can tell you when I was in the military, the brigs were never full. So that's and I was in the military for a very long time. So that's very interesting. I believe it, and I believe they're transferring people like Juan has talked about, and I've seen some evidence of that all the way out to Guam for incarceration as well.
Well, remember the barges that well, it wasn't just a barge, but it had like prisons on top of barge style ships.
Yeah.
Those have been used the whole time too. for transportation. But
Those are used during
what's really
wartime.
crazy is people are thinking America is going to pay to send all the witnesses down to Gitmo, and everything's going to happen at Gitmo. There's hearing locations at Gitmo. But if we go back and look at that military accountability letter again, they said that even the military people are going to start with a court-martial process. They're going to lose their pensions. They explained everything in there because they were explaining the law. And they knew that these officers that they named in that one paragraph and many more had already committed treason.
Yeah. Like Mark Kelly, he's getting a pension. So you commit treason, you're going to lose your pension and probably something else. So that's what's going to happen to him. That's very, very obvious.
Trying to deny his words. Sir, you need to take a class on the Constitution. What you guys chose to do, in even just putting those little videos together, you were in trouble.
Yeah.
Before you even said anything, because it's the intent to operate against us. Then remember the wording in the sedition, it's the words, your speech, and your actions. He didn't stop. He wants other people to join him. They all want other people to join him.
Sure.
And they're telling people, don't be following orders from these people. And that's why it was so great that you gave the background on. It is in the military. It is in the documentations. It is what all of the military people agreed to is you don't follow unlawful orders.
Yeah.
And it's been tough on a lot of the military guys because it's just like the FBI. Stephen Friend, I'll never forget. It was emotional for him. He wanted to be the best FBI agent he could be. But the only people getting raises and promotions were the ones operating against the law and against the Constitution and against Americans.
Yeah.
How does this get you raises and promotions? He couldn't understand it till I told him it's on your building, the Hoover building, because the Hoover has the address of the original lodge castle of those 2 blocks in DC of the First Knights of Pythias Lodge in DC.
Wow. And I've seen a lot of officers over the years, get advanced. And once I left the military, I was a contractor for the military and trying to set up different stuff for the military to save them money. And I would see some of these former generals come in and they'd have their like Gucci shoes on and everything. And I'm, just a dude, trying to give the military great contracts. And the group that I was with, we presented, and the guy that was in charge of requisitioning who got the contract told us later, after we didn't get the contract, we brought a great contract that would have saved the government tons of money. He told us, in which he wouldn't have normally have done, but because we did such a great job, he says, "I was told, I picked you guys, and I was told that those guys were going to get it." And
wow.
Yeah, so I've seen this corruption, in the military, outside the military, and now I'm seeing it on a level that I've never seen it before. So it doesn't surprise me that we're going to see a monumental pushback, maybe starting tonight.
Well, I've already seen a shift. I've seen a shift in the freedom of communication. I've seen a shift in the people acknowledging that they're really getting that this is not going to be a quick process. Because so many people are like, even this morning, I received one. And when we go through the Twitter stuff, we can go into this.
Okay.
We get hope and then it get dashed. And
Yeah.
then you get more hope and then it's dashed again. Well, and I just said, feelings aren't going to get you anywhere. That's how a PSYOP works. The whole thing about a PSYOP is get you to be focused on the wrong things, to be having feelings about horrible things and it's all manipulation in order to direct the crowd. All of this. And so, but that's why if you participate in it, you could go down the slippery slope of sedition into treason. All these people trying to create a different America. There's somebody trying to create a different California. There's somebody trying to create different state structures. there's somebody trying to do nation state. There's somebody trying. We are a republic for America. That's how we were founded. We pledge our allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands.
Yeah.
So do you want it? Do you want that to fly? I mean, I've even had people write to me and say, when it's the national anthem, why are you people putting your hands on your hearts? And I said, for the dedication and the commitment. Well, I don't know what you mean. It's just a national anthem. I said, it's our country.
Yeah.
And we're honoring those who stood, because that night, and as that battle went on, he said it, and the words are in the song. So if you listen to the words and not just, oh, it's here's the national anthem again. If you listen to the words and then understand the story of it could have all been over. But in the midst of that horrific battle, with few people in the fort to protect themselves, the guys that were out in the armada out in the water, the flag never went down.
Yep.
The flag stood through all of it, and it stands for our republic. So we stand for our republic. And to me, put my hand on my heart for the pledge, and I put my hand on my heart for the allegiance to our country in that. And I just don't know why someone would question that.
Yeah.
It's just really crazy. But I'm drifting off. Let me get back to treason. So in treason is the ultimate betrayal in one's country, defined as levying war against it or giving its enemies aid and comfort. And there's not a single person that we wish would have been perp walked who doesn't fit this category. I don't want him perp walked and the local police putting him somewhere, because let me give you the background on this. When Durham did the cases and you look at the pleadings, it's Hillary Clinton involved this DA with this sheriff, with these 3 police officers, it's a net of these people. So even if we waste our time doing that, and then we try and get them to court in front of judges that never even took an oath or don't want to follow the law or won't follow the law anyway, just like these men at Department of Corrections. If those men at Department of Corrections don't even know the law, why are they in a legal facility operating with people about the law? This is what's crazy, because everybody's learned to just listen to what somebody tells them to do and do it. Follow the order. So anyway, involving acts like overthrowing the government, materially helping enemies. Look at all of the examples we've already heard about that. Punishable by severe penalties, including death, long imprisonment. But conviction requires high evidence, like 2 witnesses to the same act, to prevent misuse against political opposition. So you can't just go after somebody. You've got to know that, because even if they had the intent to do it, but they didn't commit the actions, they didn't say it, commit the actions. Remember, sedition, it's your speech and your actions. So when they keep denying it, when they keep saying that it didn't matter, when Uranium One doesn't matter, when the Russian hoax doesn't matter, look what that cost us. And that whole thing was created with their money at Georgia Tech in Atlanta, Georgia. It didn't even exist in real time or real space. I mean, the things that we've been putting up with, the things that we have now found out about and witnessed, that there isn't anybody on the list, I'm sure, of the people you're thinking of. And I pretty much know the people you're thinking of because I hear about them every day. Why isn't something happened to this one? Why isn't something happened to this one? And their names have not faded from anyone's memory. But have you seen them? Have you witnessed anyone talking to them? They still think some of these people are in control, but have you seen them? Have you heard anything from them? You remember when Christopher Wray went to all the offices and he was going to straighten everything up and get everything cleaned up, and now we find out that he lied about everything on J6? I mean, we don't know who these people really are. We have to rely on people like Kash Patel. Why do you suppose they're trying to destroy him? People like Pam Bondi. Why do you suppose they're trying to destroy her? They came in, and a lot of the evidence that that the people destroyed before President Trump's team came in, they didn't understand we already had it. We'd already captured it. Cheyenne Mountain is still locked up. Cheyenne Mountain found a communication system that they were using, which is completely separate from our communication system. And I have not talked with anyone about this on the team, but I'm willing to bet you, and I'm not a true betting person, but I'm willing to bet you that the very day that lockdown and President Trump was there, they showed him that communication process, and now they were able to get to the bottom of this. And yet, look what that took from that was March 20 of 20, I believe.
Yep.
And from that date to the Dick Cheney date was a long time of investigating all those 24 layers of people under him. It was a nice thing. It was an unusual thing. But flags went half-staff 17 days later, the day of his funeral. So if that was the day of his funeral, or if that was the day of his death when they announced it.
Sure.
Because there's things, people keep wanting to know what's happening. We don't need to know what's happening. We just need to stay tight with the Father and thank him that the people who can make a change in this country are making those changes. Because this evil, like I said many times, it goes all the way back to the Garden of Eden. There has never been a time. And to imagine now that we had no idea in this generation or the previous many generations, all those Civil War soldiers knew what they were fighting for, that we're just finding out now. And that's why the South was fighting, because the infiltration was coming in from the North. The Monroe Doctrine was about that infiltration that was bringing tyranny into America in 1820. He did that report to Congress. President Jefferson, Adams, Monroe, all taken out because they fought this fight for us. Abraham Lincoln learned the truth, and the Civil War still happened, and he was taken out. Kennedy found out from Eisenhower that it wasn't resolved. So Kennedy tried to tell us, and in the midst of that, he was taken out. This is not a simple process. And it's not what we get cleaned up now. It's going to take maybe 4 decades.
That's what I thought.
To get all the layers cleaned up, because the tentacles of this evil are everywhere. It's in, well, if we just, there's one example I did today, and let me see if I can, you guys, we've been doing the 45 points, but I just put less than 25% out. I put from point 13 to point 33, because 33, they love that number. Point 13 is avoid all loyalty oaths. None of these people that we think are so profound and representing us, and the judges and all these people that we're supposed to admire and honor, they haven't been taking an oath to the Constitution on purpose. Avoid all loyalty oaths. Number 14, foreign access to U.S. Patent Office. And I sent one example in the book because I found it back in the Georgia Guidestones. At the same time the Georgia Guidestones were being erected and connected with concrete and mortar between the granite pieces, a guy in France gets a U.S. Patent Office approval on doing those connecting pieces with our blood to illuminate. They say because Christ is the light of the world and his light's in us. Oh, you think you're the light of the world? And they put them up on sticks and burn them at night to light the streets. That illumination is being used in the concrete in the tunnels. And the guys from France that created that patent. Number 15, capture political parties. They did that. Number 16, use courts to weaken American institutions. That's why federal judges and state judges have to follow the orders. Number 17, control schools, teachers, and books. Number 18, control student newspapers. 19, student riots to public protests. 20, control press, editorials, book reviews. 21, control the media. 22, discredit American culture. 23, control art. Number 24, eliminate obscenity laws. Number 25, direct cultural standards of morality. That's why in 1992, Bush, Scherf, 41 president, brought in the Babylonian Talmud Noahide laws and said those were the laws that were the basis of our morality and our culture and our civil society in America. It was the 10 Commandments. It was never based on Babylon. And so then in 93, under a completely new Congress, under Clinton, they did it again and expanded the Noahide laws into the education system. And if you look back at our time frame, when did all the lawsuits start? When they were removing the 10 Commandments from schools, public buildings, courtrooms, anywhere where anyone could see it, and saying they were going to put Baphomet statues in, even in Oklahoma Capitol. So you can look these cases up online. They're easy to find. So after they did that, then the next one, 26, present what is to be called normal. They've been deciding to tell us what is normal in this country. 27, infiltrate all churches and discredit the Bible. They've done that too.
Oh, yeah.
20, 28, eliminate prayer in schools. 29, discredit America Constitution. 30, discredit the founding fathers. They're doing that all the time. I now am getting new videos that President Abraham Lincoln and his entire family were big mafia people, and that's why they had to take him out. I'm not kidding, guys. It just doesn't stop. And then 31, discourage American history. 32, support socialism for centralized control. And 34, eliminate all laws against communism. That is only 10 of 45. That's not even 1/4 of what they did to us. And we ended up accepting all of this and proceeding as though life could ever come back to any kind of normal.
Crazy. Yeah, you've done a good job of outlining a lot of this stuff. How much of that do you think President Trump and his emergency broadcast tonight will be will be talking about?
Well, everybody thinks I'm talking with Trump. Everybody thinks I'm making sure Juan talks about all these things. Guys, there's a way of communicating that we've talked about. I think we even did the little 4-minute, 30-second Hebrew where the letter is 1, the number is 2, the pictograph is 3. You're in 3-dimension if you know those. And then 4 is when you put the letters together for the word. And 5 is when you go to the Father, because every one of the words have multiple definitions. And so when you're communicating it, you have to know the definition that the Father is giving you for that word. And so that's how we're operating. And I reached a point when I was doing the book that President Trump was answering, and I said, guys, you got it to him within 24 hours, and nobody gave it to him. And he's answering me. Do you see what I mean? So
I get
everybody
that a lot
thinks,
too. I'll talk
yeah,
about something, and the next day he talks about it. It's like, wow,
yeah,
we're just tapped in.
that's the 5th dimension.
Yeah.
That's it's not about chess. And he's probably a great chess player, and they said Baron's even better, and that's awesome. I haven't played it in so many years, I wouldn't even want to guess how much I could do on a chess game now.
I'm the same. Yeah.
But I'm so grateful that we're able to witness these days, because this is just, it's miraculous. It's absolutely miraculous what is happening in our country in these hours. This is something that we're witnessing. This has never happened in all of history. The guys have said that the soldiers tried, the Q team has tried since Abraham Lincoln 6, 7 times, and it always gets thwarted, but several lives were lost.
Yeah.
And this time he's been keeping us at peace. He's been keeping our guys safe. And what he said about Syria, he means it. He means it. You're not, the retaliation against you guys for what you did to 2 soldiers and a civilian, I'm not letting this rest. And this is the difference in being a true leader.
Yeah.
It's not just America first. It's not just our nation has to be first, and other nations want me to tell them when it's going to happen for them, what's the president's going to do for them. Guys, I don't have a red phone to the president. But I can honestly tell you that he's doing everything he can, because as a world, we have to be united. Because they'll swoop in anywhere where there's a vulnerable, it's like an Achilles heel. And America became an Achilles heel. They were using us as a world order since 1871, when they made us a corporation. We have never been free. We've never had a day of liberty. And people think they're doing great, and we just need to get great back. We never were great. We were always enslaved. We were always required to follow their rules and regulations that we were supposed to have a voice about. Anybody who's tried to apply for a permit who's a legal American knows that you can't do half of the things that illegals have been able to do in this country. The whole identity theft thing. And now you're finding out they've all been getting thousands of dollars a month on Social Security with no work record. How does Social Security calculate your work record and give you a Social Security payment when your birth date doesn't even exist yet because you weren't even born yet according to the birth date you submitted?
Yep.
And Elon Musk found all of this out. And when you're 200 and 300 years old and nobody checks, because the people who had that Social Security number, because we haven't even had the system that long, we haven't even been a nation beyond 250 years. We're just heading into it now. Guys, well, how does this make sense? And they're like, well, they shouldn't be receiving these benefits. What bothers me is how are they calculating it? There's been no sense to these people getting thousands of dollars a month when people who've worked their whole lives are getting 1,000 or 1,200 or 1,500 and feeling fortunate
Yeah.
because they're legal people. And it just, how do they calculate it? So the amount of evil, the amount of corruption, the amount of fraud that has gone on, they're just trying to give you examples to say, guys, there wasn't anybody on our side that you thought was working for you.
Yeah.
You thought you could trust them. You thought they were honorable. They're not.
Yeah.
They just,
And all these
they're
illegal
not.
aliens that have come into like Minnesota, for just one example, and I think this is going on every 50 states. It's got the same
Mhm.
corruption going on, and money going from taxpayers into illegal coffers, not just here in the United States, but also terrorist organizations in
Mhm.
Somalia. So that's
Mhm.
been disclosed, and at first it was like a billion. Now they're looking at 10 billion. It's like it keeps growing. But this has been going on everywhere. And there's like, I think 15 states, California, of course, one of them, New York, Illinois, several other states are going to vote to give free health care to illegal aliens. This is
In the
insane.
state because it didn't happen in the national. They
Yeah.
can't do it.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Do we want to start with Twitter? Because I've got two letters you're going to love. One from Linda McMahon to Governor Walz in Minnesota. That's just profound. And then Brick Rollins followed up. So it's the illegal money they were giving out for the education process to illegals
Hmm.
who didn't even go to school here. And remember, I kept trying to tell people about the student visas. I've been banging on that one since the 1980s, and nobody's cared. Nobody cared. Nobody understood it. But they're getting all these scholarships and everything, and all these grants and free
Oh, yeah.
money, and our students can't get it. And it's billions of dollars. So there's a Linda McMahon 2-page letter, and then there's a Brooke Rollins 2-page letter.
So we'll scroll
Um,
through here if you remember where they're at.
okay.
God, you got so much great stuff in here.
It all was happening I mean, moment upon moment today. Um,
This is back in December 15th, looks like.
MJ Truth.
MJ Truth. There was one up here that had Juan that I had started with. What was that?
Okay.
Where he's
I'll go
talking-
to my Twitter feed because
Yeah, you probably scroll through it faster. So there's
you're
a
thinking I'm as technical as you, Jaco. I mean, that's a far reach. That's a far
yes.
reach. But
No, I think Tina
okay,
Peters is a little bit more.
Brooke Rollins is 6 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
So you're 19 hours ago. So Brooke Rollins is 6 hours ago. I'm not kidding. I had 4 hours of sleep last night. And people go, how's that, Jeannie? And I said, got more than 3.5. I'm good to go. So laid down at 2 and got up at 6, and then all of this was hitting the fan.
Yeah, there's so much.
So
And I was saying that, I use Twitter as well to
if you
basically
scroll up, you'll see Megyn Kelly, and it's right before Megyn Kelly, because then I'll tell you about Ilhan Omar.
there.
Okay, it's right. Okay, it's right below Secretary Brooke Rollins, the SNAP program. So I don't know if you can expand it. She did a letter, 2-page letter. Linda McMahon did a 2-page letter on the education. So do you see where he's broken USC and the delivery of SNAP to illegals?
Yeah, it says right in here is hereby requiring Minnesota to participate in a supplemental nutrition assistance program project conducted pursuant to 7 USC 2026 to increase the efficiency of SNAP and improve the delivery of SNAP benefits to eligible households. So,
So what they started doing, they were giving it to all these illegals
mhm.
in high amounts. And so the amount may be further down, but you see how these are directed straight to him. The one from Linda McMahon is the same way on the education system. So, but the Brooke Rollins should have a dollar figure. I see it's 7 USC again. Let me look at this one. Because Linda McMahon's is really high. And dereliction of duty. Oh my gosh, it's so fun to see all of this coming to pass. I've had a wonderful morning, needless to say, just a wonderful morning. Okay, what she's saying, upon
Millions.
review of the information obtained down on number 3, she's listing that the benefits went, and she names some of the households. And then they have the documentation and all the information that those people are not Americans. Now, if we stop on Megyn Kelly, you're going to love this one. Megyn Kelly, you see Elon Omar?
Right.
Elon Omar, when it didn't work that she married her brother, because that's what they did. They bought a fiance for 3,000. These guys have been doing this since the 80s. They buy a fiance while they're a freshman in college. They pay him $3,000. They say they marry him. Most of them never, it's never a marriage. And by the time they ending their junior year, they get the divorce attorneys able to get the divorce to clear the record for them. And they make sure that the guy gets his green card before the divorce. Okay, then he's on his pathway to citizenship in America. So when Ilhan Omar announced that she married her brother, there's no evidence that that was legally done. So now she's been saying, and I don't know if people followed, she shifted her story to be that she was naturalized under her father because her father was naturalized. And do you know what she did? She lied about her birth date. She put her birth date back a year in order to qualify. And her
Wow.
dad's records don't show anything about Elon Omar coming to America and being naturalized under him. So when he did it, it was just him. So that doesn't even include the brother. I mean, just saying, but the focus is Elon Omar. And so all of this being true, she can be denaturalized, deported, fined, imprisoned. I mean, there's a gamut of things that can happen with her right now. Now, all of these things have been true since she's been here,
Yeah.
but nobody's put the deal together in order to handle her. They've let it all happen. Then Talib. And who did she replace? Keith Ellison, the first guy that said that he wanted to use the Quran of President Jefferson because President Jefferson was a Muslim. That's a lie. When he read the Quran, and guys, this is historical, and I know they're changing history in all of the books, but that's why they want to discredit all of our American history, so we don't know how we founded. He created the Marines, sent them to Tripoli to take care of this situation with how they were operating, and the Marine hymn includes that our guys will even go to the shores of Tripoli to protect this nation.
Right.
That's who our Marines are, and people didn't understand it. And so if you didn't understand about the slave trade, that was all happening because they felt they were in control, and people mean nothing to them. Again, there's only one kingdom that's life and truth. And that kingdom is the Father of all. That's it. We have one Father of all, and you can choose. And that's why Elijah said, and all 850 prophets who said, no, follow what I'm telling you, follow what, all 850 prophets were false prophets, couldn't get their gods to do one thing. And so what Elijah did, you can go and look this up in scripture, he kept saying, pour water on it, pour water on it, pour water on it, because it was to bring fire to sweep it up. And so they're like, oh, more water, more water. He's God isn't going to do anything either. And with all of that water on it, the fire occurred, licked it all up, completely dry. And that's the difference between operating in truth. This was just a funny quote. This is from the president. And it's 687,274 people illegally came across our border from May to November 23. And May to November 25, 0.
Hmm.
He came in January. We really haven't had anyone coming in since January, but it took a while to get the whole thing, the spigot turned off. But since May, 0. But
Wow.
now they're saying 4 million. I'm going to address this while we're here on this picture. Is that, remember when they said that during Biden's term, 4 million came into the country illegally?
Right.
Do you know why they said that?
Mm-mm.
Social Security issued 3.9 plus new Social Security numbers with full benefits to 4 million people during the Biden term.
Good God. Wow.
And it's not 3.95, guys. It's like 3.942. You know, I mean, I don't remember all the other numbers, but 3.9 million. And that's why they're saying almost 4 million came in while he was here.
Hmm.
And people witnessed how heavy the invasion was. And in my Nation Restoration book, when I was writing the second identity theft law, and I still want people to know it was supposed to be the home identity theft law to prove to my family what I was fighting. But in that, I studied all of this, and the details were documented. There were crimes committed against American business owners, homeowners is who they were targeting, in the tune of 4.5 million in 98, 9.9 in 99, over a million. It just kept increasing. And then it went right up to 12 million a year. And that was happening by 2002. And what the Federal Trade Commission, and this is only the people that reported crimes. And I never knew the Federal Trade Commission was tracking anything. And so nothing that I dealt with ever went to the Federal Trade Commission. But and I know a lot of people that I've met who got stuck with the bad credit, and they didn't know where to file either. And people lost their credit lines for their businesses, their equity lines in their homes. It was a mad situation against Americans. It was, nobody could heal or cure. And so when this happened, and they did all of this to us, this was the report, and all of the facts are in the press release that came straight from the Federal Trade Commission, and it's in my Nation Restoration book. 27.3 or 0.8 million cases were filed between 98 and 2002.
Hmm.
So I think we had a few more than 4 million that came in, and I think they're getting that number off of that.
Yeah.
So it was a real active morning. Okay, here's that picture of Santa. Now, and I said, do you remember the rally? And there's the hammer. And let's see, what was the other part? Because there's a hammer.
Painting and focus on the screen. Specific point was made. Remember. See if we can
It's the hammer, and it's signed by Q.
Oh, right.
Is it Q plus? I think it's Q plus,
Look,
because now everybody's putting A up, but Q plus is the president. He has signed things for some of the people in Gideon's army, and say he has signed things and given pictures back to the people. And when he signs the back, right under President Trump's name, he puts a big Q and then a little plus sign. But now, if we scroll down, what does this mean? What he's saying is, at Christmas, this Christmas, we want justice.
Yep. Well, looks like we're going to get it. Looks like tonight we're going to talk about
Exactly.
it. So
Exactly. And we can keep scrolling down. This was such a busy morning. I've got so much on here for you
good.
because we've only seen Brooke Rollins. So as we keep scrolling down, I've never put this much out there because that's Elon. And then this is Brooke Rollins. And then before that, it was the Tina Peters. The truth is like a lion. You don't need to defend it. Just set it free and it will defend itself. And this is a true video about Tina Peters and what she went through. And this is on her website.
Wow.
Because she was prompted to get an audit. So she got an audit because she's supposed to prove up the election. And what they have refused to do, and Juan's been talking about this, it's law that every election is a federal election. Every one of those reports from the people like a Tina Peters, every county has a Tina Peters person. That person is required to send the exact information to the House of Representatives. It's held with the House of Representatives. Do you know that they've just completely obliterated and forgotten all about, but it's required? So she followed the requirements, and when she told him what was happening, then she became the criminal, and she's never committed a crime. In all of this, she never committed a crime. And there's still a
I don't know if
question.
Tina won't come out openly about it, but I think that Tina is involved a lot deeper than we're being led than we know, and I think that she's involved with maybe military types that are at some point they were protecting her best they could, but I guess she had to go into this system and go through this.
I don't know. I don't know that this was a setup like that.
Yeah.
I've been fortunate to be on platform with her. She had always wanted to interview me. The schedule just never worked out. When we were in Reawaken in August of 23 in Las Vegas at the Trump, she was having trouble. They weren't going to let her take a flight. And I said, look, I can either go through Denver and go back to Georgia, a little bit higher than what I planned on, but I'm in Vegas. You know what I mean? So you hit the
Everyone's
40
mine,
instead of the
and
20.
they're
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was going to do that. And at the last moment, because I waited all day, and at the last moment, they finally let her take the flight. That's how her life has been. That's how horrific this has been for her. So I can't even imagine what it's been like to go through what she has gone through. But I've had whisperings, and I'm nobody. I've had whisperings that now that I'm on the other side of it, and I don't know what that means because I'm still being attacked in different ways. But now that I'm on the other side of it, and maybe it's I survived that targeting at Lynn Woods event and the other 5 speakers died. I don't know what I'm on the other side of, but they said now that you've gone through that depth of a struggle, it's going to be a little bit more comfortable for you. And I turned and said, comfortable as in, and I got a wink. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't mind if they're watching out for me. I don't mind if people go, oh my God, are you being surveilled? If it's the good guys, I don't care. You know what I mean? I've already been surveilled by the other guys. I've already been dealt with by the other guys, but I don't care if it's the good guys because the white hats are willing to sacrifice their life to protect us. And that's what our military has done for decades. So, and now this one is really, really great. The Democrat Party, through Biden and Harris terrorist administration, bribed $6 billion in American taxpayer money to a network of the United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs to take down and overthrow the constitutional republic. Can you imagine how many names are on that list?
Wow.
I mean, where we're at, and people, I want something to happen. I want something to happen. Guys, you have no idea. Every one of these networks are going down. And how do you
That is a lot. And all the
restrain
people.
them all and capture
Wow.
them all
Yeah.
and hold them all? And do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow.
But to try and say there's nothing happening, can you imagine the level of research to get this kind of information that's happening in the UN?
Hmm.
And that's why President Trump, and I think I've mentioned this before, I don't know if we've talked about it, but President Trump, remember when they had said they had to remodel the UN building in New York because of asbestos, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We don't want these people with diplomatic pouches and immunity on our soil. So why don't you put them out off of our land, and you'll more than pay for where you put the UN, because you're going to make more than that for that New York real estate because you don't know what you're doing. And they said, well, what do you mean? He'd already investigated the whole thing. And I'm sharing parts of this, but the numbers were really high. And they were something like already $60 million over the budget of what they were going to spend, because every time the Italian architect, not an American architect, an Italian architect sends them the plans, they make changes and he charges them another 4, 5, 6 million. And then they make changes again. It continued and continued and continued. Now, fast forward, because the president said we've got to and we do. We have to stop them being on our soil. We have to stop their diplomatic immunity in those pouches. There's one guy from Egypt that I turned in. I was one of the people helping to turn him in San Diego. He was providing the complete document package to make you look like you're an American, and he was selling it to people, but he was bringing it into America in diplomatic pouches. So all the effort to get him to the district court in San Diego, they fined him $1,500. He gets 5,000 a packet, and they fined him $1,500 and didn't even deport him.
Wow.
And that's back. I mean, that's back in the 90s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so as you look at what's happening,
San Diego was still a little bit conservative, but now they've completely gone.
Well, they're still conservative. You're not. They're uniting. And LA's even got big sections uniting.
That's
I
what
mean,
I've
to
been
take
hearing.
over Santa Monica Pier, I mean, unheard of. To take over the entire park area all along the ocean, right below the Marine Corps base in Oceanside, unheard of. This kind of stuff has never happened before with the numbers of people, because they realize if you don't stand up and you don't unite, and that's what I've been emphasizing in interviews everywhere, is that if we don't unite in this truth and we don't take a stand, it's military and president are doing. We can't do what Kash Patel is doing, Pam Bondi is doing, but everybody's focused there because they want something done by those people. They're doing a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And they're doing that. What we need to do is we need to unite in truth and not let them come against us. And that's why I said, did we really do anything for Tina Peters? Because people are complaining, we made all these calls to the president and we still didn't have a pardon. How many days did it take to get a pardon? Guys, it's a presidential pardon. And how many of us called? When the Brunsons tried to get people to send letters to the Supreme Court, 60,000. And we have something like 340 million people in America, and we got 60,000 letters. So are the Americans really wanting a change? Are Americans really wanting to unite together? Do we really want the truth and live in it? So we have a responsibility in this, because everything about a republic is we the people in order to form a more perfect union. It all comes down to us. All comes down to us. And I had no idea that I would be writing about this. And I had no idea set the 3 books aside and write a training manual. I mean, training manual for future generations, when a lot of the material has been updating the whole 10 years I've been writing all these books. So, we're scrolling by some really important ones. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I need to catch up with you.
You outlined some of this already. We can go a little bit more detail about the numbers. So
Okay.
I agree with you. This is gonna be something that's gonna be epic tonight and decisive.
Everything they're doing is for the sake of America's future. For the sake of America is the whole focus of this. Because if we don't do this right, it's not about the grandchildren, it's about the children. We can't make it to the grandchildren level if we don't do this right. They took us over within 3 years. 3 years from George Washington being inaugurated, we were fully taken over with centralized banks, the move to DC, the taken over, and with the party, Democratic National Socialist Party. They wanted to be the only party. And to this day, it really doesn't matter. They are the only party because everybody's in the uniparty. So, but when Cat Turd put this out and then I put it out, people said, oh my God, President Trump said that way back. It doesn't matter when he said that. Tonight's going to be big. And he is always telling it like it is. And as I've said, there's nothing President Trump has said that has come out of his mouth that is not the truth and come to pass. So when he's telling us these are the things we're focused on, then that's what we're going to be focused on.
Nice.
And then this one, probable cause. Oh, you know what they found out? They knew and told themselves they had no probable cause to go into Mar-a-Lago and do the raid.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All of this just got released too from Chuck Grassley. So this letter is available for people to go through because it describes all of it. And they knew before they did it that was the case. They knew they had no right, no probable cause in order to do that.
So again, like we talked
So
about, you know, possible treason charges for a lot of these people.
yes. And then it's for everybody in there, everybody that participated, everybody knowingly. This was pretty amazing. The
This is
president has
awesome.
started a Mexican border defense medal ceremony. He's
Fantastic.
honoring all the warriors that are struggling through all of this at the border, um, and honoring them one by one.
Oh, that's so good.
And I can't wait till we do the Garden of Heroes. And can you imagine how big that's going to be? This is so cool because the real truth people have never been honored. We've shown the picture of the elites honoring each other. They give each other the Nobel Prizes. They give each other the laureate, poet laureates. All of it goes to people in the club.
Yep.
And so he has turned the corner on absolutely everything. And Pete Hegseth, I was going to mention about going back to Secretary of War, but I think I've got one in here honoring them. So maybe it's one of the next few.
One of the things I saw that he's doing is he's basically downsizing. You know, we talked about how he brought them all in for a meeting,
Mm-hmm.
and he's downsizing the military because there are way too many officers, high-ranking officers.
Well, and everybody that's been making everybody follow their orders when they're not lawful orders is doing what? They're knowingly operating against our Constitution.
Yep.
So, and starting with the military, because it's the military that's going to clean up the justice system. You can't clean up the justice system without having a clean military. So that had to happen first. And it's in that military accountability letter that they're going to stop the two-tiered justice system. So this is where he brought these generals in, and this is what is so amazing. The fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. He signed an executive order, and then they started listing. Did you realize who's in the room with him? And they started listing the key guys who've been fighting absolutely everything and have been restricted and restrained their entire time until they said, this is what we could clean up. Should we go do it? And they were given permission to go do it. And this is why I thought it was so profound. And people didn't realize we used to be the Department of War. We weren't the Department of Defense.
Yeah.
And the thing that I sent it out how many times, and I can send it. I'll send it to you on Twitter again. Remember when I was targeted, and then because I went through all the layers of it and found the patent. On
Mhm.
the patent, it gives credibility to the Department of Defense. The 6 grants that went to NIH Fauci to create it with the Department of Defense. And a percent of interest in this is held by the government. That's what Jefferson fought in 1791 when they brought in the centralized banks. He said, our government, per our Constitution, can't have a percent of any business. Not a bank, not anybody, because this is what they did in Europe, and they came to do it here.
Mhm.
And Jefferson tried to stop it. So did Adams. Look what happened to them. Monroe said, you're bringing everything in that they did over there. He did that in 1820. We were only a country 30 years by 1820. So we've gone through, I think we didn't we do before we're self-governing? Did we do that one? I think 43.43. This is what they did. And so the guys that fought it, they just eliminated him just gave him an extra dose of arsenic because that was the medicine at the time.
Wow.
That's how they took out King George III, the architect, in 1820, when Monroe was doing this and they were trying to get the Native Americans on the other side of the Mississippi, because you can't have those people tell the people coming in what the truth is so that they align with them. You've got to get them out of the way so they align with you. And this has been their process the whole time. That's why they're bringing all these people in from everywhere now, because this has been their process. You just recycle and bring in people who are going to align with you and not with the truth.
Right.
So the pattern is clear. And this is the president where he signed that executive order to stop funding migrant shelters and establish the National Center for Warrior Independence. I mean, I had tears when I saw this come through, because what he's going to do is use the funds to combat veteran homelessness and help veterans. How long have we waited for this? How
Yeah.
long have we waited for this? I mean, it's just San Diego and the veterans are so proud of what they want to come help people, and they have nothing. And that's who they still are. And their families, because they weren't war heroes, didn't believe what their stories were, just like nobody believed my story in my family except my dad. And so when you come through these things, but they are so honorable. And you can pick out of all the homeless people, you can pick out exactly who's had military background and is one of our vets without them saying a word. It's so profound, and you want to try and help them, and they don't want focus on themselves. They're okay. They'll get by. You see what I mean? It's so profound, and they shouldn't have to live like that when all of these, I mean, why are our hotels been so, they've all been full. I'm always told we're sold out tonight, and the prices go up well over 200 at the entry level Hampton that used to be 99 max
Right.
a night. And now you pay over 200 just to get a room, if you can get a room, because they're constantly sold out. But Hilton sold, and they franchised and sold them all to the Chinese. So
Mm.
we've got a lot of things that we have to deal with, and I can't express all of the layers, but I'm just trying to help people hear some of them so you can understand how the depth of this is. Now, this is the other wonderful thing that Linda McMahon did. The Trump administration is formally demanding the resignation of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz due to massive fraud and dereliction of duty. She caught Minnesota engaging in massive fraud, and I think it's billions of dollars. I don't know how much we can expand the letter, but when you look at this whole process, but the same Tim Walz that Brooke Rollins is putting on notice. And so, guys, please don't think it's just going to be these governors, because you remember Pompeo made one comment. He held up a piece of paper, and it was about the governors. And I thought it was strange at the time. And he said, just so you know, we know. And that's how it started. And he took a big pause, and it was at a governor's meeting, I think at the White House back in the 2017 term. And so the president's there, Pompeo's there, and he said, the list I'm looking at, it has categories. We know who's totally sold out to China. We know who's willing to do whatever China wants him to do. And we know who is not already moving forward with China. Which category are you in? And we know, so we trust you know. And that was just like, whoa. And the next thing you know, Brian Kemp, because I was in Georgia at the time that this announcement came out, Brian Kemp, they showed all of his economic development meetings with China in China and here in
Wow.
America. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
It all got revealed in like a 48, 72-hour time period.
And they donated his campaigns and everything. It was like that was revealed. And I was like, how is he still governor? It's like incredible.
Well, how is he? They flipped the record. The person who won got the 4%. He got the 77%.
Wow.
That's how it happened. And everybody knows it. That's why Raffensperger, you pretty much told the president off. You can't question who I am or what I'm doing, remember?
Yeah. And he
Because
got money
again,
from the Chinese as well. So
yeah.
both of them. So I
Mhm.
guess they're going to have their day in court, I guess, too.
Well, remember Loeffler? She had a picture of Mao, a big painting of Mao in the foyer of her home.
Loeffler did?
Yeah,
Wow.
and it was on her video. Thought
Jeez.
we wouldn't notice. Thought we wouldn't notice. It was on her campaign video.
Huh.
And when the election came about, it was Doug Collins and David Perdue who won. Then we spent 400 million of the 800 million to stop the steal.
Right.
400 million of the Republican Party money supposedly went to a January revote for those two positions, and the two Democrats won.
It's crazy.
How does this even happen? Do you see what I mean? But I witnessed it. I was here at the time in Georgia. So with Walz, it's supposed to show the amount of money, and it's huge. It's billions of dollars.
Yeah.
And because he's been paying all these illegals all their benefits and everything else, and he's been approving it. So he's been proving all the education money to bring in these people on student visas, which brings all these young people in who are getting trained. Our military's even found out where they're being trained and how they're being trained to take us over. And remember when they had the Somali president here? and Elon Omar was up at the podium and she was saying, "We love you. You are our president." And da 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 da, right? Well, the man, I don't remember the name, but you guys can look it up, who is the official in Minnesota, in the Minneapolis area, probably in the state office, or council, wherever he is in the the government in Minnesota. They raided his house. And do you know why they raided his house? He has all the our guys had all the communications. He's been communicating, and Minnesota is the hub of taking over America right after the 26th election. And when they
Wow.
found all of this communication, they went in and did the raid on the house. And the raid on his house was almost exactly 7 days after the raid on Zelensky over in Ukraine and his secretary
All
of
right.
the government. When
See?
they raided all their mansions, because they each had a few, just like the Ukrainian generals that had all these mansions when the Palisades fire happened. Okay, so they went through their raided their mansions and offices, and then it was almost exactly 7 days later. So you can look it up in that time frame to research it. And this official in Minnesota was the guy doing all the communications, and he said we just have to be patient a little longer because we are all set up that immediately after the 26 elections we will be able to take over America.
Oh my God. So this is a good point. Like you've described, and I've been describing as well, you know, they have to gather tremendous amounts of information. And it's not just here in the United States, it's worldwide. So when they do these coordinated hits, it takes out a lot of different areas all at once. If they did just one, then all the other ones would wrap up and close down and disappear. So that's why they have to like take their time, get everybody in. Imagine all the people that were involved in these raids, just
And all the people
figuring
that
out
they've brought in for free, and we've been paying to have the enemy brought here.
Oh
We've
yeah.
been paying on these student visa people. They've been given money every month, and that's what Linda McMahon is explaining in this.
Yeah, well,
And
even
that,
this, like, not AI created students, ghost
yes,
students,
go students,
1,834
12.5
ghost
million.
students.
Yeah.
They received 12.5 million taxpayer money. Now, I'm not fond of Social Security
Mm-hmm.
because I think it was from a communist, FDR, creating a
Mm-hmm.
communist system, and he seized
Mm-hmm.
all the gold and the silver so he could
Mm-hmm.
manipulate the economy and all that kind of stuff. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people were like really scared that the government's going to seize their gold and silver again. No, we don't
Mm-hmm.
have a communist controlled government, guys. Don't worry about
Mm-hmm.
that. It's not going
Mm-hmm.
to happen. But this is the stuff they do. They come in
Mm-hmm.
and seize, through lawfare and so forth, seize people's property and so forth all around
Mm-hmm.
the country. So
Mm-hmm.
this is a big pushback, and it's countrywide and sometimes
Yes.
worldwide because there's money that's going around the world as well.
Well, and they're operating outside. If we go into the next paragraph, to stop ghost students, we at the Department of Education implemented enhanced fraud controls, such as mandatory identity verification for certain first time student applicants. Our new fraud prevention system has now blocked more than 1 billion in attempted financial aid theft by fraudsters, including coordinated international fraud rings and AI bots pretending to be students.
Now look at that, $1 billion in just this short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows when they started that, that stopped, blocked it. But how many years has it been going on? Month after month after month after month of billions and billions and billions of dollars being stolen. Wow.
Yes, I had meetings in Minneapolis the end of October.
Oh, great.
Almost every community is overtaken by Somalis, and they won't cooperate with anybody,
Yeah, oh,
and they
no.
won't integrate with anybody.
No.
Now, we need to go because that's not even page two. That's just page one.
Wow.
That's just page one. There's page two from Linda. So, guys, these are all out there on Twitter. And if you want, I'll forward some of these to you, Mike. Um, Show me a man that gets rich by being a politician, and I'll show you a crook.
And how many of our politicians have gotten rich? Uh,
All of them.
all of them. There
All
may
of
be
them.
one or two, I don't know, maybe. maybe a handful. I keep saying there's maybe 10 in the Senate, 10 in the House, but I think I may be overstating. But it seems like all of them have, done insider trading. They come in like Marjorie Taylor Greene. She comes in with like, under $1 million, and now she's got like
Mm-hmm.
25, 27
Mm-hmm.
million dollars after 5 years, and she's going to retire on January 1st or January 3rd, which is 2 days after once she hits that 5 year mark. She gets
Mm-hmm.
uh, once she retires at some point, I think 62, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
she gets lifetime income after that.
Mm-hmm. But when was Keith Ellison? I don't remember the year that he was sworn in, but Keith Ellison became the Ilhan Omar, and then Talib added in the other seat. Do you see what I mean? And
Yeah,
so the takeover of America has happened right in front of our eyes.
yeah,
And these are war crimes. When you come in with the intent to overthrow, and that's what he said, we just need to be patient a little while longer because right after we're all set, right after the 2026 election to overthrow the government.
I
How
love
dare
this right
they?
here. Only traitors support invaders.
Yep.
So all of these, same thing, senators,
Mm-hmm.
governors, mayors, so forth, that have been supporting these invaders, they're
Mm-hmm.
traitors. Wow.
Well,
But,
governors and judges harboring these illegals.
yeah,
Remember the one about the
Jerry
famous
City.
judge
Yeah,
case that's going on now? The ICE just informed her that we've got a guy, he's going to be in your courtroom at this time. We just want to let you know in advance that this is what we're going to do. What does she do? She gets him out the back door to
yeah,
protect him from our ICE agents. And the same thing has happened with a governor, a judge, and a senator, where they've had illegals living in the apartments, pool houses, uh, rooms over garages in their own properties.
right.
They're harboring them. But that's what's going on, and nobody wants to give up their maids or their employees that they've had for all these years because now they're so tied with the family. We don't want to lose the family. They came here illegally, and they chose, and that's what President Trump said way back in 2017. If you really want to be in America, then go through the process. None of these people that came in illegally chose to go through the process. And people are still feeling sorry for him. These are all responses, I think, to walls. Those aren't the next things that I sent out, but
That's
they're kind of fun, aren't they?
great. They're doing it again because you didn't hang them last time. I love that one.
Yeah. I love what people come up with, you know.
Too.
It's just like, don't rewrite the Constitution, just reread the Constitution, you know. I love this. I love this stuff. And we've got so many great memes. Now, here is DeSantis, and he's been fighting to get rid of property taxes in Florida
Right.
because you've already paid for your property. You don't owe taxes on it for the rest of your life. Because what's happening is the seniors in America, and nobody's helping them. By working with so many widows, it makes it even worse when they're a widow and the husband has passed. They can't afford on one Social Security payment to pay the taxes on the property that's been paid off for 20, 30 years. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And because they've stayed in the same house, kept all their bills low, and the property taxes are going up and going up, going up. Now, how did they do that? The pendulum has not swung back in America on house prices at all. It's constantly be go up, go up, go up, go up. The
Yeah, everywhere.
patio homes that I helped
Oh,
so I just did the speaking engagements for her. And so she let me in her will get this in trust, get this patio home. Well, this patio home kept going up and up and up and up. And there were people who were foreclosing when it was 145,000. Okay. Overnight it was 450,000. Then it was 550,000. Then it was 600,000. And when 2008 hit, I couldn't stay. Now, do you know what they're selling for? 1.7 to 1.9, and they're a 2 bedroom, 2 bath.
oh my God.
You see what I mean? 1.7 to 1.9 million. And all of that's happened since 2008.
Yeah, that's going to be a major housing crash, but that's good because
Mhm.
housing's unaffordable for most
Well, why
Americans.
did they let it happen? So that you couldn't afford your house.
Yeah,
And the property taxes, when they reassessed on the value of your house. And the pendulum has not swung back. That is
I know.
no real estate
You could be
movement has
taxed.
ever gone up and
Good,
up
good
and
point.
up
You
and
could
up.
be taxed on this home for
Uh-huh.
1.7,
Yeah.
and then the market crashes, and you've been
Yeah.
taxed all this time for years and years and years on a $1.7 million home,
Yeah.
as it goes up, and then it
Yeah.
crashes down to 300,000 again. Do you get that money back? No.
No. No.
It's insane.
No.
And then you
So
start to look where all
this,
the money went.
yep.
It was laundered all over the place
Well, and
for
that's what's
illegal
happening with
activities.
everything.
Yeah,
But now DeSantis has expanded it, and I know he got some help from the team because he's
yeah, we did.
expanded it to be the whole nation. No property taxes on homes to
It's
give
getting
home
ready to go
buyers.
full nation. Yeah,
Yep. Yep. And then Wall Street Ape started following me, and then he gave me a big one. Donald Trump finally came out and said it. America and the world must stand against Islam. This has been the goal to take over. They started with the belt of the world and then expanded from there. And they're having kids. They're having 10, 12, 15 kids in their family.
yeah,
And so all nations must stand together against the evil forces of radical Islamic terrorism. And we're doing that. He's put the stake in the land, and we're not. This goes all the way back to Jefferson sending the Marines to Tripoli
yeah.
on the shores of Tripoli.
You can look this up. I saw this on a show last night. This guy was like talking about how this is coordinated by 2040. The
Hmm.
world will be mostly inhabited by Muslims,
Hmm.
and they will basically vote for these radical leftists and deep staters and so forth, and keep them in power.
Hmm. Well, and that's why the step has been made that he's cut all of their temporary visas. He's cut all of this. Remember when he kept talking about ch chain migration? So you get one family member in, then they come in on a student visa, visitor visa, and they stay. Then the guys come in on a tech visa. I mean, how many visas have we issued? Those people ne have never gone home.
Now,
That's how that guy in
when I was in
Iowa.
Pakistan
Yeah.
with the CIA, there's this one very wealthy family. They would fly over when the wife was close to having a baby,
Hmm. Yeah.
and this is throughout all their families. And once the wife had the baby, they did healthcare in the United States and everything. Uh, they have an anchor baby, and then the whole
Hmm.
family eventually comes in and gets their
Hmm.
citizenship in the United States.
Well, I think they're dropping that too,
Oh,
because
got
immediately they
to.
gave the social security number to the baby, and the whole family lived on the social security number.
Mm-hmm.
But this happened even in the nations that God sent me to. I traveled for 3 years to all these different nations, some I didn't even know the names of. And when they met me, they tried to come here and do the same thing. And do you know when I was contacted? They wanted to know how to get the social security number for the baby. And they just thought it was something people could do. And so they were going to do it. They had no idea what the consequences are of coming in with the intention to
Mm-hmm.
defraud America. And see, these people have never paid consequences for their intention. But again, it's your intention, your speech, and your actions. And when you add all those together and you decided to do it, and then you defraud America, and then you collect benefits because now you're 62 and you've got a baby that was just born 2 weeks ago that you're getting the Social Security on that Social Security number because you're 62 and applying for it. How do the people in Social Security not see the problems that we're having when it's very basic for legal Americans, legal civilians, because, and I know you guys know the definition of citizen, it's causing problems because of the world order and the corporation. So I'm going to call us all civilians, legal civilians. We'll just settle on that. Okay. So that in that term, how can we work all this time and go through all this paperwork? And when we reach that age, whatever age, because now they don't want you to start it until you're 70, because most people die by the time they're 70 in America. And so here we're sitting waiting to get that benefit, and we have to wait a couple of months so they can calculate it, get it all figured out, get get it. They said get the procedure set up. Okay. How does that happen for an illegal who's never worked in America or somebody that's worked on a baby social security number? How does it happen for them? And the 3.9 million new social security numbers they issued just for the certain illegals that came in. So, and I want you guys to know that 3.9 million is not your typical people coming across the border. That's somebody who's been helped to be here
Oh
in
yeah.
order to get a social
NGOs.
security number that's never been issued
Yep.
and get benefits immediately with no history of even being in America and not being an American. That's why I hope I'm presenting enough of the layers of the fraud and corruption
Yeah.
that you can see just how much they've taken advantage of us, because you can't just clean up one part of our society and let them take advantage of, the other
Absolutely.
99%. That's where we are.
But this is
That's where we are.
beautiful right here, Bulgaria and Chile. The people basically
Mm-hmm.
rose up. And this is what we're trying to inspire people to do. And
Mm-hmm.
they threw off in Chile 35 years of communist rule. In
Mm-hmm.
Bulgaria, they were going to enslave them with admission to the European Union and
Mm-hmm.
higher taxes. They don't need no one. We don't need taxes anywhere. The whole
Mm-mm.
world needs to do away with taxes, and
Mm-hmm.
this is something that's going to be a big push, I think, going forward. Just like DeSantis, the for your homes,
Mm-hmm.
it's income tax as well. I mean, when you buy
Mm-hmm.
something, you know, maybe there's a certain fair tax, but other than
Mm-hmm.
that, there's no tax. It goes away. So that'll do away with Federal Reserve, the IRS, and all the different organizations out there we all know are corrupt.
President Trump has announced all this.
Yeah.
There's a small little video. It's way down, not something to get to today, but in this short little video, and it was sent out by MJ Truth. And so if you guys want to search it that way, but anyway, it's a short little video from the president, and he's saying, we're doing really good in collecting these tariffs. In fact, we're right at the point of 18 trillion, because when he did these deals, when he did that deal in Saudi Arabia and Qatar for all these planes and everything else, people think it's a one-time deal. That's the amount of money. That's it. Guys, that's not true. Those planes are going to be around for a long time. Who's going to have the parts? Who's going to train the people? Who's going to do all these things? I mean, it is an expansive thing. So he said, I got 18 trillion, and soon, very soon, I don't think there's going to be any reason for anybody to pay income tax.
Yeah.
He has said that more than once.
And he already
He has said that more
January
than
1st,
once.
there's going to be, no tax for, people, Social Security and
Mm-hmm.
people getting tips and working overtime. It's
Mm-hmm.
beginning. It's the beginning stages of
Mm-hmm.
removing all of the taxation. So that's
Mm-hmm.
fantastic. Yeah. It's all illegal and it's finally coming to a
Mm-hmm.
head. It's finally getting taken away. So that
Mm-hmm.
was really good. Uh,
We've already done these,
yep. And
and
this is
that is
Dr.
the
Pete Chambers. I had him on
accountability
my show.
letter.
Thank you very much. And he's phenomenal. What a great guy to
Mm-hmm.
be I hope the governor of Texas coming up. So yeah.
Well, and he was such a staunch military guy. And he probably told this on your program. He was up for Special Forces Green Beret,
Yeah.
and he was in the last 2 days, and you're right at the point and you're finishing, and he either broke a bone in his toe or in his foot.
Mhm.
And so he had to wash out, and he was right at the end of completing it. So he went to med school, became a flight surgeon, because he didn't want to just band-aid people on the field. He wanted to save their lives. And so he did that, comes back at 42, takes all of that training again for Green Beret, and passes it with flying colors at the age of 42. So when we met, well, I knew him because he was on with Todd Callender during all of the programs and all of the emails during the whole genocide process from 19 to 20 to 21 to 22. We were on email. The whole long list of people were on email and communicating with each other to get the job done and get the word out. And so that's where I first saw him on the screen with Todd Callender. But then I had a chance to meet him with his security dog, Joe. It's trained in like 5 foreign languages, for wherever he places his feet. And so we got to talking. And when I did the magazine article for Andrew Magazine, it was on how to stop border, how to how to secure the border, because it's in our Constitution that who secures the border is the militia. And the militia is anyone 18 to 55 able-bodied. But it doesn't mean you go for 3 years and protect your border and you don't earn an income for your family. It's the guys work together and make it happen. Then when it becomes an invasion level that we've been at that whole San Diego all the way over to the end of Texas, that whole border coming in to us, if you don't stop it there. So the title of the article was Remember the Alamo. And it was that this is in the Constitution, when it becomes so huge, because if you don't stop them at Texas, they'll be everywhere. What have we seen happen? They're in every state. They're everywhere. And so that's called the several states militia. And that's why at the Alamo, there were guys from Minnesota, Iowa, Tennessee, Kentucky. They came from all over. And even Bowie in Texas. And I think you were there at Bowie with PPN. But anyway, when I was talking with him, he thought he was going to make a difference. And so he went in and agreed to be the leader of the National Guard in Texas.
Mhm.
I said, you can't touch it. He said, one, he said, you're part of the military industrial complex when you're in the National Guard, because they're called the National Guard, but they're an Army Guard. And so you're part of and he goes, oh, wow. So then he went over to the Texas Rangers, and you know what they did? They changed the title of the Texas Rangers to the Texas State Guard. It puts it in another military realm. Instead of the Texas Rangers have always been known, they're the big marshals. And they had the same following the rule of law level of the US Marshals. So why would you reduce your guys to being state guard? State guard would even be below National Guard. And so that's what he's been dealing with. But what did that give him a chance to do? See all of this that's been happening in America that he's been all around the world fighting for all these years.
Yeah.
I mean, and all the injuries he's had. And that's part of why he's got Joe. And yet he just got in a glass helicopter, flew another guy out and did a video for us and showed us there's floodplain land in Texas, and the county approved all the permits for a former NFL player to sell all these lots to all of these people who have no idea that when Texas has one of their regular rains and everything's going to be flooded up to 10 feet in these floodplain areas because you're below what you have to be safe.
Yeah.
Nobody should have ever built anything there. He's flying over and showing us all of this, and nobody's been dealing with any of it. And so here he is learning all this to help in Texas, and then finding out, because people didn't know, they thought the highest Muslim population in America is still Dearborn, Detroit. That's a Dingle family issue. 1933 to 55 was the dad, 55 to 2015 was the son, and now his second wife, I believe, a former flight attendant, Debbie Dingle, is in there. So from 1933 to current day, the Dingles have run those districts in Dearborn, Detroit, and that's where all the Muslim influx and coordination happened. But nobody realized in Texas, they have several Sharia law centers that they're now just finding out about, with entire housing areas that nobody knew about. So it's not just that we have Muslims here, we have people making it happen in the county permit office. We have people making it happen in the city manager's office. We have people, you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
The depth of cooperation in all of this. Didn't we talk about the last time the guy in Iowa that's the superintendent over the biggest school district in Iowa?
Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
the guy's been here illegally for 30 years. But
Yep.
up in Maryland, he has it's Maryland or Maine, I think it's Maryland. He has 2 driver's licenses, so he has 2 voting records, and he has 2 social security numbers, and of course, and he's using all of them. So how is he employed in Iowa over the school district without any legal background and never ever tried to become an American? The
Yeah.
whole time he's been here illegally for
So you
30
got to
years.
present all kinds of paperwork when you reach the lowest position, and so
Yeah.
he's way up.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's the corruption, like we talk about, is incredible. Now I'm looking at this: 3 new separate indictments dropped tonight.
Yes.
John Bolton,
Yes.
18 new felonies, Smartmatic election fraud, and $1 million bribery scheme in the Philippines to win election contract. And 11 members in Antifa's terror cell targeting ICE facility in North Texas. So lots of nice indictments dropping.
And those Antifa people, did you know they own mansions also? They were funded also. Yeah.
Of course.
So there's going to be a lot. Can you believe all of this we're still on? We're not even, now we're just getting back to the 15th. All of this has happened, and I've only picked up some of the key ones because it's that much right now.
Yeah. And I like
this is phenomenal. This is Paxton.
Oh my God.
And
great.
Paxton is taking on, he said, I'm suing 5 major TV companies, including some with ties to the CCP for spying on Texans through the TVs. Remember how they said that when you've got these smart TVs and smartphones, they can surveil you.
Yeah.
Companies, especially those connected to the Chinese Communist Party, have no business illegally recording Americans' devices inside their own homes.
Wow.
I mean, I just found out about lead paint. Did you know the story about lead paint? They had us get rid
Yeah,
of the lead
they put it
paint.
out there so that they couldn't see inside.
Yes, they couldn't
Yeah.
surveil you inside your home.
Right. So they took away the lead paint and now they can surveil you inside your home. Now, I remember
Yep.
way back, they had said that they had put listening devices in like Westinghouse refrigerators or one of those companies so they could spy on the mafia and
Mm-hmm.
certain, I guess, New York or whatever. And then it just spread from there, evidently.
Well, it's crazy because it's in your smart TVs. That's why they wanted everything. They are fighting me constantly in Georgia. When we had the hurricane, they wanted all of us to get these new modems, and they think I am wrong to not to want the 500 level. And everybody goes, "Oh yeah, you should at least have 1500. You need a fast enough speed." Am I noticing any difference in speed? No. And so when I came back from a trip, I knew there was something wrong and things were just circling all the time. And I said, I don't know what's going on. And they said, well, we had to upgrade your system while you were away. And I went, how could you upgrade it without my approval?
Yeah.
And they said, well, it gives you a discount. So we're going to discount $10 a month. They put me up to 2000 coming into my house. And what people don't understand is I went and got the is it Eric Hill? The guy that did the meter. So like the Geiger counter meter.
Yeah.
And so I went and bought one. They're $39.99. And I can give you the information to share with the people, but they're like $39.99 and I can give you a picture of it. And what I did, because out in the West Coast, you would put the meter by an empty, well, nothing would be plugged in. So when I got it, I went to all my surge suppressors and it went off on every one of them. Now,
Wow.
here's what happened 60 days later. I had it plugged in and charged up in the bathroom. When I went to leave the bathroom, there's a plug just as you cross the threshold on the inside. It went off. There was nothing plugged into either. So I came back in the bathroom, held it by it, and it went into the danger zone. And there's nothing plugged in. So I went on the other side. There's another empty plug. It went off. And it went off stronger than my surge suppressor that had multiple things plugged into it. And I thought, how could this happen? So I called the specialist. She said, I told you, you got to put, is it that Faraday?
Faraday
What's the
cage.
name of that Faraday fabric? She said, you got to cut little squares of that and pin it to your over so it hangs over your outlets. And I
What?
go, I'm going to do what? Because she said, that's the way you stop it. Do you know the lead paint would have helped with that too?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I'm so honored that we could get together today because what we just went through is not even quite 24 hours of news. And that's just pieces.
Incredible. Well, you covered quite a bit, and you cover it in a way that very few people have any idea about. And I think you've just really opened up the audience on a massive level. Once again, they we all love you. You really bring the information, and I know this is getting through because President Trump. Like we talked about, it seems like I know people say, and I haven't said it because I don't see that, but I know how this works. Like we talked about, there's a God consciousness, and we're all tapped into it, and we're
Mm-hmm.
all working together, and we want everybody else to tap into that as well. So that's why we share this information, how we do it, so that everybody
Mm-hmm.
else can do it as well, and we can overcome this very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the address tonight will put everybody on a certain footing so that we can really start to hammer down on this.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just so excited that you had the opportunity to bring me on so we could get through this today because um
Perfect timing.
it and because you understand the depth of this, you know how easy you make this for me. I mean, I just so appreciate you.
I just
And
got out of your way. I'm like, take it, run with it. Yeah.
But it takes two people understanding what's going on to add the depth to it so that people can comprehend that none of this has ever been dealt with. They've never, I said this again and again. Can you imagine all of your ancestors did all the same crimes against our Americans?
Yeah.
It's all been the same. None of it's ever changed. When they pushed the Native Americans off, they brought in their people. Do you see what I mean? And then they moved their people out into run other parts of the country and brought in more of their people. And Ukraine holds their people. Israel holds their people. That's why keep funding, keep funding, keep funding. Stop the funding. You don't know what you're funding because it's all coming back and operating against you. I just it's a simpler process if you look at it from a 40,000-foot view.
Yeah.
And I hope that we've given that to the people.
Yeah.
And I'm just so excited now. In fact, I got to find a way to get it to you. My book was just released in hardback on December 1. I haven't talked to you since it was because we haven't talked since November. December 1, it came out in hardback. And so the newsletter just came out, and I think that went to you. If it didn't, I'll get it to you. But if anybody wants a hardback, it has to go through Amazon because that's the only way I could get it global. And people want to be able to get the hardback copies globally too. So, but through my website, you can still get the paperback. But we offered to do an autograph copy. So I don't know if you want an autograph copy and you didn't get the newsletter, write to us and we'll send you the newsletter. Because I'm going to have to individually order them and then autograph them, and then we're going to have to ship them out again. And so I
And your
just wanted to let people
time
know
hand's
about
gonna
that.
be like going off.
Yeah, yeah. We've already shipped out the first ones because the newsletter went out 2 days ago, and we shipped all the first orders yesterday. So I've got to order more of the books, and almost everything is taking till after the new year because of the holiday. And we have you seen the pictures, videos of the storms where there's a few of the prime trucks that were in half and everything out on the highway because of the storms, the ice, they hit the ice, and if you have that weight on your 18-wheeler and you hit ice, there's really nothing you can do until it stops.
Ooh.
And so just pray for the guys with the weather, but we'll get them to you as fast as we can, but probably after the new year.
Very good. What's the name of the book again?
An eternal plan always trumps a human plan. It's the 45 points. When I read those today, I just read you 10 of them.
Yeah.
And that's not even 1/4 of the 45 of how they destroyed us. But when you hear it, you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. You know what I mean? So, but it's how to counter those 45 points is what the book is. And it's 500 pages. And I cannot even tell you the difference between seeing it in paperback and seeing it as a hardback is unbelievable. Just unbelievable. And
Right.
I haven't had a hardback book since my business books. And so everything's been paperback, and
Yeah.
all the paperback and ebooks are available on the website.
Very nice. Okay. So it's hardback now. Good.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The paperback is 30, the hardback is 35. I kept it down as tight as I could because the pricing on the hardback is of course a lot more. But I want you guys to be able to
Yeah, I've got the paperback and the Kindle, and they're all very handy. So you're going to be researching quite a bit. So hardcover, it'll be nice, and you can get it signed. So sweet, beautiful.
Well, I just thank you for today. I really appreciate the time with you because we can really get into all this stuff. And in probably 72 hours, there'll be enough to do this all over again. I don't know what your schedule is like, but do you see the momentum now? There's a momentum. There's a realization of the depth of this. You can now see action steps. And I just pray that more and more people realize what our military has been through to get us to this point, because they've been fighting the evil in the military as much as we've been trying to deal with it in our nation. And they've been on other shores helping all of those people while their families were vulnerable here.
Yep.
So just if we can do everything we can, and I'm going to try and find out everything we can do for these homeless vets, because San Diego has a lot and
Yeah.
always has. And yet you see a tent city that was built for the illegals, guys. when the illegals came in, they were filling the streets of San Diego. So they
Big time.
took an entire hillside that you can see when you're driving through Balboa Park. You're coming up the hill, and the whole hillside is in rows of brand new tents and everything for the
Oh my God.
illegals,
Yeah, they're
not
on
for the
the
guns.
overpasses when you're driving, you know, through
Mm-hmm.
the downtown area on the
Mm-hmm.
highway there. They're all on the overpasses now. It's been a little bit since I've been there. I did an event where I stayed at Hotel Del, and
Mm-hmm.
you're nice there. I'm there where I used to run by the Hotel Del, and it's like someday I'm going to stay there, so I get to do that. But driving in from the airport, my God, I was like, what happened to San Diego? Oh,
Prove who they are and the last bit of money they have in their pockets and drop them off busloads at a time.
hmm. Well, Sheila's been great. I gotta jump off and got another show, but what an amazing show we had today. Thanks so much. Thanks to everybody that came in. We had a great audience. Let me see how many was over there. I think right now we got probably wow, 3,275. So huge audience for me. Don't normally have that many people watching. So thank you for coming in, and
Mm-hmm.
everybody loved it. It's been a great show. Thanks a lot.
Any key questions that you're seeing? I didn't know they were watching live. If you see any key questions or anything, let me know and I'll get answers to you to
Okay.
because whatever we can do to help the people.
Yeah.
So
Maybe that's
I
what we'll
just
do one
thank
time.
you.
We'll do a show and we'll ask for questions and we'll review.
Oh, that'd be fun. We could because we haven't been able to go live. And so now if you're able to go live, let's do it. Let's do an interactive one and answer the
Yeah.
questions live right on the show.
Yeah. Well, what I do is
Whenever you
I
want
go
to schedule
Zoom.
it.
I go Zoom. I don't announce that we're going to have a show, and it just kind of shows up, and
Yep.
people just come in like crazy. It's like, oh, you guys are doing a show again. So
Yeah.
it'll get watched a lot. This is one of the best shows we've done. So thanks so much. Been great.
Well, thank you. And let's do that. Let's schedule something of answering the questions.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And
Absolutely. No question about it. Yeah.
what
All
a
right.
blessing.
Thanks. Lots of love to you.
Uh-huh.
Lots of love to everybody, and we'll see you guys next time.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Ooh la la, we have so much to cover. So much going on in the world. So many false flags all over the world. And we'll be looking at that. First of all, I'm going to bring in my Facebook. I've just been blowing up not Facebook, but X today. If you follow me on X, you've been getting a treat because I've been sharing so many things. Pretty amazing. We have of course, Carl Reiner and his wife died. We're going to start there and move along. All right. So nope, we're not going to move along with that because that's me. So move along with the screen that I wanted, guys. Come on. All right. So X. Everybody's been blowing up X today. There's been so much good content on X. Quite amazing. So you see here, actor Gene Hackman, our deep state hit team, possible witnesses being removed. So that's my take on a lot, because we have a lot of actors that are dying right now, right? And I believe we're going to have a lot of celebrities in a lot of different areas are going to start to pass away because the deep state is trying to cover their tracks. So we know there are families, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and so forth, the Bush family, the Clinton family, all these people are deep state little puppets. And yes, Rothschilds, puppets. There's people higher. You know that I've talked about this. These reptilian humanoid type people. And you can believe that or not. It doesn't matter to me, but I've seen it personally. And a lot of people talk about it over the years. I've talked about it for a long time. But on the lower scale of things, we have the little manipulators like Rob Reiner. All right, so he was definitely a deep state puppet boy. It's sad that anyone dies. I think it's theirs. It's quite literally. And there's been people that have conversation with God. We used to talk about how you choose. And there was, you guys know my story. There was a time where that's too bad I couldn't help humanity. And I was like, and Archangel Mike was like, oh, really? We'll put you back in, see how that works out for you. Oh boy. I don't regret it. It's been a great time, but I should have been gone a long time ago. So some people decide, and that's be that as it may in your belief system. This is one of those times where we're seeing a lot of people are going to go bye-bye. All right. Good, bad, the ugly. All right. So like that movie with Clint Eastwood. Wah, 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 wah. Now there was this guy, this chief, he puts out information. He put out that Tina Peters was freed by SEAL Team 6. And I didn't got to get the feel for it. But I'm like, sometimes it's good to put this stuff out because it shows the deep state where consciousness is going. It's like, we want this. We want our SEAL Team 6 guys. I'll talk about this. And I said that if they go in there, these contractors that are in this prison system, they're not going to resist, right? They're not going to resist. And so the story was that SEAL Team 6 guys showed up to, free Tina Peters, and the guard stood aside, and she was free, taken someplace where she could heal. And I was like, I'm hearing that from some that it's false. We asked Juan, and Juan's like, no, that's BS. We just had some people that were with her just recently. And I was like, that's good. But circulating disinformation sometimes, which they do constantly, they circulate this bullshit, and it's disinformation. They do this information all the time. So let's throw a little bit on them. How about that? How about that, guys? I think we are too nice. We're all like, we're just truthers. We don't put out bullshit information. And there's something to be said to that, but we are at war. And there's a lot of disinformation coming from the Luciferian side. So you need to push back on them. All right. You need to, joke them, hack them, stop out their lies as fast as possible so they don't get ahead. All right. So this is from Ariel Proletario 1. He says, blackmail is life insurance in Hollywood. So, all these people have blackmail on them. They've done bad things, all of them. They're all pedos, right? And they're all like, not all of them, but many of them go next level and are involved in sacrifice and adrenochrome and all this kind of stuff. That's been coming out quite a bit lately, hasn't it? And, they like to use the Russia. There's this deep state side of the industrial military complex that decides sometimes whether people live or not. They decided a lot. And they decided JFK because he was working with his counterpart in Russia, all right, to avoid war, because the CIA and the military industrial complex had tried to push war, nuclear war with Cuba Missile Crisis. So he's like, you guys, CIA, you guys suck, right? So I'm gonna go around you guys. So they found out about that and then executed him in front of the world, right? These people are evil, right? So they have blackmail on a lot of people that, do this type of work. And especially in Hollywood, once it is taken away, you are no longer considered leverage to whoever used you to work through on their behalf. So what he's saying there is that a lot of these Hollywood types are just puppets. So Carl Reiner was a puppet. He put out a lot of nasty things about Donald Trump. He had Trump derangement syndrome, stage 4, right? Stage 4 is where, because that he was prophetic as well. So let me show you. I'm going to go all the way to the top. I just posted this because I just saw this before I came on. It says, I believe Donald Trump will be the last president of my lifetime. Rob Reiner. The power of the tongue, says Don Lucre. All right. So TDS and a prophet. Right. So, wow, the guy was, he was very talented, wasn't he? Not only could put out a lot of good movies, which is probably most of the movies we see, of course, are military industrial complex movies they want us to watch. That old, bread and circus stuff. Speaking of bread and circus, we've seen a lot of bread and circus shootings, haven't we? All right. So let's move on to this one. Here we have, after surviving October 7th, so he's in October 7th too. It's interesting how a lot of these people are at all of these different shootings. Doesn't that make you go, yeah, let's watch this boy. Here's another one. Nancy Pelosi has just been subpoenaed by the Department of Justice in a federal criminal case in the Northern District of California, but no official word on the charges. What could it be? So it kind of reminds me of that Men at Work. Who can it be now? So that was a great song back in my day, a long time ago, in the SEAL teams, hanging out with the Aussies. All right, so money laundering, bribery, racketeering, insider trading. If they start to convict these people of insider trading, we're going to have a handful, which is good to me. I'm good with it. People left in Congress and the Senate. That's all we need, really. They can represent us. We're like, okay, this is really, we the people want this. Can you guys get that done? Aye, 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 Captain Humanity, America, not the United States. The United States of America. United States is a corporation. All right, watch my show I just did with Michelle, and you're going to be blown away. Michelle Melendez, really, really good show. She lays it all out. I've never seen it laid out perfectly like she's done it. All right. So, yeah, my wife Tracy said I should have her and Sheila Holm on together. That would be quite a little, and she's going to work on it. So see how we're like a family, all of us. My wife here, she's listening. She's like, we're going to get a show like that. And oh, it's great, right? Now, we know that her gay husband has shady investments, and her son's corrupt business dealings in China and Ukraine that have illegally raked in over $100 million for the Pelosi family. And Nancy Pelosi personally via a massive influence peddling scheme. All right. Of course, that goes all the way back to her daddy, who was the mayor of Baltimore, which was the heroin capital of the world for a while, of America. And he made that happen. So it's a criminal crime family. They're in the business of politics and criminality. So we need to get these criminals out of our political system, guys. And Nancy Pelosi should be one of the first stops. Get her out. Get her out now. All right. All right. So, like I said, I got a lot for you. If it'll even pull up anymore, they're probably like going to me. It's like, shut him down on X. Shut him down. He's revealing too much. No, too late. All right. Rob Reiner was the founder of Castle Rock Entertainment. Remember Castle Rock Studios and all the crazy stuff we uncovered? Yeah. That was Joe Biden, or the actor that was playing President Joe Biden, the president, that never was, that he was basically taken and executed. Right. So we had there's more. There's much more. So Lynn Wood has a huge following, millions. He said Franken once joked about child rape during a comedic roast of film director Rob Reiner. I have that on my site. It's up here. So here's the little Castle Rock. There's his son. He was posing with dad. Enjoy the show, guys. All right, Castle Rock show. The show is get the popcorn. Frankenstein laid out a scene where Reiner's father, Carl, would invite famous friends over to rape his son. They're all in our face with this stuff. And everybody's like, like what? Like, because they could get away with it. at one time. Not so much anymore. On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed, roll him over, swab him down with oil, I guess, and say something like, I'm thinking about hiring Morey Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think? I have no idea what that is, but maybe some of you do, but there it is. Frankenstein said, well, the success of the Dick Van Dyke show changed things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to F his son. He goes out and just says it right out. That list includes some of the greats in comedy. Paul Lynde, Dom DeLuise, Rip Taylor, Danny Kaye, Charles Nelson Riley. Wow, who would have thought? I would have. So here we go. Here is Epstein Island's visitors. Of course, Carl Reiner is right there. All right. Rob Reiner, not Carl Reiner. I'm sorry. Rob Reiner. Robbie. All right. All right. Move along now. Right. This thing is getting stuck. I'm overloading the system. All right. Go back then. System overload. System overload. Yeah. Look at that. It won't move. It's like whoop, whoop, whoop. All right. Come on. Let's go back. It doesn't want to play. We're not going to let you disclose anymore, Mike. So, all right. Anyway, I guess I'll just stop sharing and move on because I don't need maybe the big words I use. Tracy said I was being graphic. Little boy effers. So yeah, that could probably be the case. Yeah. All right. So anyway, I guess I'm still here on YouTube, but X was like, oh, too much. Stop it. All right, so I'll stop. I'll move on to something else. I got plenty. All right, let's look at the weather. The weather's getting pretty cray out there. And I know a lot of you, like I said, would be experiencing winter way before winter, and it would be a way cold winter for a way long time. But I guess it's going to like take a break. It's going to warm up a little bit for some of you. But here in a few days, you're going to be seeing a lot of white stuff out there. All right. So we're going to have a very white Christmas. In fact, we're going to have feet and feet and feet. Because remember I said we're going to have like lots of waves of energy of rain and snow, right? So atmospheric rivers, they call it. So that's what we have coming our way. And I'm going to share the screen. We'll look at some of this. Snow is going to be cray for us on the west. So here we have tropical tidbits. Everything's moving very slow. Might have to change my provider. All right, so watch this in time. So the date is today, the 15th, and then we're going to start moving through time, forward into time. So we're starting to see today the snow is coming down. So those guys in Washington, a lot of the rain in the beginning is going to turn to snow. So they had warmer temperatures. So the snow they had in the mountains melted and fed the rivers and caused epic flooding, dikes breaking, flooding everywhere on an epic level that no one's ever seen before. So here we go. We're into 2 days out from now. It's starting to go down through the mountains of Oregon. And it's really going to start to come in big now, right? All across. So East Coast, Midwest, West Coast, West, Midwest, East Coast. Boom. Everybody gets it. So the 19th is when we're going to start to get the snow. And then watch how much snow. So I'm in that little point right there on the other side of California. So I'm not going to be in California until they take down Gavin Newsom. Hopefully, my some good people come in there and take it down. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so here it goes, all the way down the mountain coast of mountain range of California, and it's just going to start to pile up. When you see it go white, which it will around the 21st, actually it's 23rd right now, 24th. So 24th is going to start to get white. That means 4 feet, right? And then it's going to get a lot wider as time goes on. And it's going to spread to more states. And it's going to do that all the way into the New Year. So see all that white in California right now? That's all the way up to New Year's Eve. So it says 27 inches there, but the white means upwards of 4 feet. So in the high mountains, probably going to get 4 feet. Skiers are going to love it. I'm going to love it. It's going to be pretty. We'll show you guys. Will see it. It'll be out there. So nice. All right. So what else? So manhunt. So not only in Bondi do we have false flags, but we have them in America too. And we have shoot day Saturday. And of course, because the Aussies are a little bit ahead of us, I think. Or are they a different time? I think they're on there's like the time zone thingy that goes down, daytime thing. I think they're on a different day. So it would have been our Saturday, their Sunday, where they had their shooting, and we have our shooting. Because the deep state, they like to do bread and circus on Saturdays, right? They don't like to affect the stock market because they like to make money, right? So if they're going to do something cray-cray, they do it on the weekend. I don't know why, but that's my understanding. They don't want to upset the stock market because they're manipulating that, and the casino, pays them out really well. They jack it up and down. Ask the Fed about that. The federal, which is not federal, it's private banking system, and I think they're going to go bye-bye pretty soon. That they're stationed along with the IRS in Puerto Rico, which is a territory. It's not a state. It's not the United States of America. It's a United States Corporation of America, and they restrict because the people of Puerto Rico want to be a state, right? Although some of them, don't because they benefit from the tax advantage, but like the IRS and the corporation of the Federal Reserve, they don't want that. And so they're over there, they're making, not have to pay taxes, but we do. And it's because of them that we pay taxes, right? So they've all got to go. It's like, what in the heck? So we got hijacked. We had our country hijacked. A lot of these, Tracy says we got low jacked. All right. So here we are, Brown University shooter. Manhunt continues because the guy that they had was not the guy. All right. And so they have watch this. I mean, when this happened, I'm almost like screaming. My wife gets kind of a little concerned about me when I get all pissed off. And I'm like, what the F? University? And you have him walking away? That's all you got? And they said he's wearing black. And we don't have a good look at his face because he's walking away. So you have cameras everywhere. You have phones everywhere. People recording everything. Any one of us would go outside and pee in the yard and cop cars would show, put him in jail. But this guy comes in and supposedly, I've reported on some of these school shootings, and I'm like, no. All right. This, and of course, what is the one thing they always do? It's their calling card. And hey, deep state, we're on to you. Every time you say there's multiple shooters, it's like, okay, deep state, multiple shooters. I'm like, okay, deep state. Right. So, yep, that's their calling card because they can't make anything else up. They go off the same script over and over again. Multiple shooters, multiple shooters, multiple shooters. Just want to slap them. Slap. Come on. Give us something to work with that's kind of exciting. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Right? So that's what we have with this Brown University shooting, in my opinion, guys. Manhunt continues for Brown University shooter as questions swirl about campus security. Campus security. Where was campus security? Where was campus security when, well, there was a lot of security because you see them all running around in other shootings, right? So it's like, come on. If you're going to have a shooting, you know, have some security do something good. And you know, we're not having that. So we got CK, because I can't talk about CK. You know who CK is. He's got a wife that's called Erica. And, you know, they have some kind of racket going on with that. I don't know what it is, what kind of false flag it is. I don't know what it's about, but, you know, I called it out very early on, and I can't talk about it because when I talk about it here, the video got taken down. So it's just my opinion. I'm just looking at information. You know, I'm not making a judgment. It is what it is. You know, Carl Reiner, you know, it's sad that he, you know, he died. It's sad. Like I said, it's sad to anybody. Everybody attacked him on the leftist side. So I don't think we're attacking Carl Reiner. We're just pointing some stuff out that he was at TDS stage 4. You know, it's like, and X won't let me show that, I guess. But there's a long list. If you go to my X account, Michael Jaco 9, that's how many Twitter accounts I had that were taken away. I'm on the 9th one. Who knows if this one's going to last. So we are seeing bread and circus, in my opinion, right? And I just look at stuff from my background as, you know, 35 years in combat zones, shooting, blowing stuff up, and seeing people that have been shot, right? And seeing the results of shooting and all that kind of stuff. I'm just looking at stuff and I go, bullshit, right? Bullshit. And, you know, there's other people say that too. I'm not the only one. I'd like to have Ole on, and we could discuss this. We have a nice discussion on this one, I bet, and he would be of the same opinion. I guarantee. All right, let's listen to silliness.
Still at large after a mass shooting at Brown University. 2 students were killed and 9 others hurt when a gunman opened fire on Saturday. ABC's Rena Roy has the latest.
An urgent manhunt is back on in the mass shooting at Brown University. The gunman still on the loose, with authorities in Rhode Island saying a person of interest who was detained has now been released.
Sometimes you head in one direction and then you have to regroup and go in another.
Police say they're still looking for the person.
All right, so that's the only thing they have on this guy. That's the only thing. And there's no other cameras. There's no other pictures. And I was like, in the beginning, I was like, why don't you put out how tall he is, what he was wearing, and, you know, the direction he was going in? There could be concerned citizens out there that may get some video or give us some feedback. How tall is this guy? I mean, how tall? What's the height of that sign right there? What's the height of that wall? And then you just go from there. It's like he's like 5'10" or 6'2" or whatever it is. It's a 6'2" male. That is definitely not a woman that's walking there. I would say, you know, I don't want to, like, you know, start to make assessments and say the race that I believe that is, but I don't know. Because it could turn out to be like a Erickson guy who's obviously a whitey, and was somebody else involved? Was it like another Caucasian type person? Maybe not. I don't know. But I look at, you know, I've been looking at Gates for a long time, and I can kind of tell some stuff sometimes. I'm not always completely right, but you know, you guys think, you guys tell me. I don't want to jump to conclusions because some, you know, social media sites don't like that. You jump to conclusions, they say, and we're going to just take you down. It's like, okay, all right, I'm just an expert here. I don't know. I don't really know anything. You know, I've been at this for 35 plus years, intuitive remote viewer, and I can see things before they happen. And I don't know. I don't see this. I go look at this and I'm not seeing anything, right? Kind of like from that movie. All right. So with Bruce Willis,
and seen in this surveillance footage walking on campus moments after the shooting that left at least 2 students dead and 9 others injured on Saturday evening.
After a review of the evidence that was gathered, it was determined that the person of interest needed to be released.
Providence Mayor Brett Smiley.
Wow. He released. We got our man. No, we don't. And the guy that was probably did it, he's long gone now. Oh, sorry about that, guys. We just effed that up. Maybe if we put out, you know, what this guy, his dimensions and so forth right away, instead of like sitting on it for a long time, like we know what we're doing, and you guys don't, because it's all false flaggy. Bye-bye.
Speaking today on GMA.
And after this individual was released last night, I understand that anxiety level has risen in our community. We've continue to receive 0 credible threats to our community.
Authorities say the shooting happened Saturday just before 4 p.m. in the engineering building where final exams and study sessions.
You know, I wonder, like when some of these guys, police officers, fire department, whatever, go to these events and they see it's all bullshit, because we know they do, or it's misdirection, or things just don't add up. And I wonder what they really think. And we don't really get to hear from them often, do we, about that? So, and we haven't really heard from anybody of, I don't know, substance about this. We got the talking heads that come in, and like I've heard them on Fox. It's like all these experts come in. It's like, yeah, these same people saying the same shit about all these shootings. Wow. All right.
Were underway. Students barricading themselves inside classrooms, hiding under desks.
Providence police! Hands! We're here to help you. Just listen to what we have to say, okay?
One of the 2 victims killed, identified by her church as Ella Cook. The College Republicans of America posting this photo on social media, saying Cook was the vice president of the group at Brown. Senior Ben Marcus says she was a sophomore and very good friend.
Part of Republicans. Are Republicans going to be targeted now? Is that what this is going to be about?
It was nothing but peaceful and pleasant. Really, her loss is really, really a big hit for the Brown community.
Now, authorities are asking the public to scour their own photos and videos from the scene, saying there are not many cameras inside this building here.
All right. So now they're asking. All right. So, you know, it's pretty much a shit show. And, you know, I don't know. Was there multiple shooters involved in this one too? They didn't put out multiple shooters on this one, I don't think. But maybe. I think so. I think at first they said multiple shooters. And now it's like multiple people that they think did it. Because at first we're going, nope, that guy's not, and they'll bring somebody else in. Nope, that guy wasn't either. And then people are just going to go, okay. And then it's like, okay, just put those 2 that, you know, supposedly scrub that, and let's put them on the next shooting. All right. Move that crew to the next site where we're going to have the next shooting. Right. That's how that works, guys. These are crews that move from place to place all over the world and do these false flag events, right? And that's something, you know, Ole Demigard, he's like an expert of this. He's like, if you see, like, if they have a picture of all these shoes, it's like the soul. It's like the soul has been taken from these people. So if we get pictures of shoes, random shoes, people have been blowing out of their shoes. It's like, okay, that's another calling card. Because I think, we kind of pointed that out, and they don't do that anymore. So maybe the multiple shooter thing, now that I'm pointing that out, maybe they won't do that anymore. They're like, oh, they're on to us. We got to stop doing the multiple shooter because now everybody knows it's a fakeness. It's fakeness, right? So I don't know. Maybe they'll come up with some, because sometimes these things do have real shootings. All right, the one in Vegas, there was a lot of different things going on there. They said this one guy was shooting with one weapon from one room, and then there's people talking about how there's helicopters, people shooting, people being shot from helicopters. And I know people that were literally there, gunshots running out, people getting shot and stuff, and they're legit. But sometimes, like with CK, someone can get shot and it looks real, but it's not. It's not. So there's that too. I don't know. We have to really be aware of how these people are doing the bread and circus on us.
No, we have to be vigilant now.
We have to be vigilant, my wife says. So sometimes I'll let her throw in some good stuff, and she does. All right.
I'll be quiet.
And she told me to be quiet. All right. So,
Okay, I'll be quiet.
or I'll be quiet. Okay, whatever. You can add. Come up and why don't you pull up a chair? All right. So, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Once a week, or once a month or whatever. My wife does. We do a show together. All right. Global times. This is good, guys. Over 1 million Chileans. Actually, they always downsize these numbers because I saw there were 3 million plus, but in this one they say 1 million. I'm surprised they didn't say several thousand. Right? So that's normally what they do. But this is over 1 million Chileans took to the streets on Friday, which is believed to be one of the largest protests. And what is the result? What is the result of the people rising up? Well, some good things. All right. So Chile takes hard right. Of course, this is the press, so they're going to say, Donald Trump is a hard right. And now they're going to say that Chile, after 35 years of having all of these baddies run their country, has now gone hard right. Now, this guy that basically came in, Jose Antonio Cast, K-A-S-T, trying to share the screen, but it's being very slow. There it is. Wow, what's going on with my internet? So, well, I guess we know. They're trying to restrict me. So declares Chile want to change. So he ran twice before this. He's got nine kids. All right, he's a stud, and people loved him. You saw the protests that were happening, and that was for him. They're pushing back on the left, guys, and the people that were manipulating the polls and the elections and so forth. They came out in force, and they got this gentleman elected, and they're going to be very happy with him, I believe, just like we're happy with Trump, unless you're a leftist. Chile elected its most right-wing president in 35 years. They're calling him, I guess the guy dressed up as Trump was in their celebratory, event, and it was all happiness. And so probably President Trump's going to like this guy. He hasn't spoken out yet, but Marco Rubio spoke out, and the president of Brazil spoke out. Chile wanted change. He told thousands of elated supporters Sunday evening, vowing to restore respect for the law. Wow, that's a concept, isn't it? Kind of like, what President Trump has done. Once one of America's safest, was it really? Right. Or was that part of the left, just like they did here, creating something that wasn't real? I don't know. That's what I think. All right. I could be wrong. Violent social protest and an influx of foreign organized crime groups kind of like, and I would play it, but X is not letting me play. Trump said today in a press brief, like I have been saying for months, that some of these governors, and definitely the Colorado governor, is part of organized crime. President Trump actually said that today, right? I sometimes make the script that some of these people use, I think, right? So I like it because I'm ahead of the game. And you guys are ahead of the game because you're hearing it, here. So, in Santiago, cast supporters beat car horns, wave flags, and cheered a man who has repeatedly defended. So retiree Gina Mello hoped cast would deploy the military. Don't we as well? All right. To the streets from day one. Lock up all the drug traffickers and the drug trafficker people that, benefit from that. The Pelosi's, the governors like Newsom and Colorado governor and Illinois governor and New York governor and who knows whatever governor. So here a governor, there a governor, everywhere a governor that's being, bought out by the cartels, guys. At this point, you should know this, all right? Supporters sang the national anthem, chanted Pinochet, Pinochet, and clasped portraits of the late autocrat. Another cast voter came dressed as U.S. President Donald Trump. I bet they love that. I bet they love that. Good for them. All right. Congratulations, Chile. All right. You deserve it. You put up with a lot of bullshit just like we have for a long time. Hopefully military hits your streets and cleans them up like we want our streets cleaned up as well, which they're, kind of doing that a little bit already. All right. Bulgaria. Again. 3 million plus people hit the streets. So you guys getting a little clue here? What needs to happen? We, the people, need to get involved. All right. Bulgaria's government resigns after mass protest and just weeks before nation due to join Eurozone. Now they're saying they're still going to join the Eurozone, but not if the people say no. Right? Maybe not. Maybe not. There's a big push, I think, to leave the Europe, and you guys know I've said that. So Bulgarian government resigns, like I said, after weeks. I'm looking at another one. It's really hard for me to share. Something's squirrely right now. I'm getting hit, I guess. Now, one thing I can do is change who I'm using as provider. So you're going to see me go out, and then I'm going to come back. Might be a few seconds, but don't leave. All right. All right. Let's see if we foiled the bastardos and we can get some better coverage now. I'm not going to say the provider that I'm using. So maybe that's the problem too. So, because I've said that on occasions where I'm obviously being hijacked, and they hit the other one too. So, like I said, thousands of Bulgarians rallied. So again, thousands. There were millions for weeks. Millions for weeks, guys. And says, we realized that the protest was against arrogance and conceit. This is not a social protest, but a protest for values. It was not a meeting of political opponents over policies, but over attitudes, and therefore it unites different components of Bulgarian society. All right, so let's see if I can pull this up now. Maybe I can go back to X and pull up some of that stuff now that I've got a little bit better. Things are running a little bit better right now before they track me down. All right, look at all those people. Wow. Does that look like thousands? No. And there's there was one where it was at nighttime, and there was like a drone or something that was up in the air and flying around. It was like there were millions of people out protesting. Good for you guys in Bulgaria. got rid of your corrupt government. This is happening, guys. It is happening. And that's why we're going to see some of these people start to be assassinated and suicided. All right. We're going to see more and more of that as time goes on, because they're going to cover their tracks. They're going to try and exist as long as they can. And if they take out some of the people that have been involved in their puppeteering, that would probably talk or could potentially talk, they're taking them out, right? So that's what we're going to see. I don't think we're already seeing it. We've talked about this coming, and the time is now. All right, so still a little slow, but we'll see what happens. All right. Let me get it to a good spot. All right, so I'll show you guys some of the people that are starting to disappear. Several actors. Where is that one? So I'll just put it up so you guys can see when I'm scrolling through what I'm trying to find. It's moving a little bit better. So some of the stuff you guys have already seen. All right, right here, this guy. So I said, looks like Hollywood is cleansing people who might reveal secrets. Peter Green, who was in Pulp Fiction, I think like 200 different movies, and The Mask, actor dies at 60. Now, it says a mystery. It's a mystery. Nobody checking on him. The nonstop noise caused neighbors to raise the alarm, calling cops in to do a welfare check. A strange note was found next to his body, according to investigators, referring to an Irish-American gang that operated out of Hell's Kitchen in the 1970s. The note read, "I'm still a Westie." I guess that means something to some people. Right? So I'm not sure who, but evidently, that's basically maybe it's a message to those that are maybe getting out of line. The Westies are going to come get you. I don't know. Who knows? Somebody knows, but me, I'm not into investigating this. It'll be whatever it is. These guys are going to be like, no, there's nothing. He just had a heart attack and fell on his face. And all right, so Jack Posobiec says, for all the people attacking Trump's post, a day after Rush Limbaugh died, Hollywood filmmaker and deep state puppet boy Rob Reiner attacked the late conservative radio host as a purveyor of disinformation, saying that Americans must protect democracy from others like him. So he launched a social media attack on the late Limbaugh by calling him a liar, warning that other conservative media personalities are trying to deny climate change. Right? Climate change. Yeah, talk to all those people right now that are like freezing. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. All right, so there's the Castle Rock, Franken. Yep, and now this is pretty interesting. Now we've had Candace Owens has been doing a lot of investigating, finding out a lot of stuff that doesn't match, kind of like what I did right in the day of. I do this all the time, day of. I'm like, nope. Here's all the evidence. Nope. And so I got taken down. So I was like, oh, take it down. I'm going to put it over on Rumble. So I got one over the Rumble, got a lot of views. But, I said in this post, I know a few of you still be live. That lie in the middle of be live, believe. The Charlie Kirk assassination false flag narrative. Many have left that fake choo-choo train. Are you still on it? All right, because I get comments sometimes with Michael. I'm so shocked. I'm like, oh my God. So, all right. So as long as you're not saying mean things to me, you can disagree. That's fine. All right. So Eric Kirk has agreed to sit down and talk with Candace Owens, but she has demanded that the conversation take place privately. Privately. Is this a deal situation? You will start to support us or you will go bye-bye, right? And we have a lot of deep states. You know how the CK thing happened? Haha. So I don't know. Maybe it's like it's legit. It's like, look, honey, one honey to another honey. We are legit. And I know you think we have done bad things and there's all this conspiracy theory stuff. It's all fake. It was a real shooting. It was real. And Candace would be like rolling her eyes going, I've already discovered that's not a real shooting. Come on. So here we go. Look, what's Ryan Mattis say?
I don't know if you guys have seen it, but Candace Owens and Erica Kirk are allegedly going to be sitting down for a private discussion. Now, Erica Kirk just put out this tweet, and I want to show you this tweet, and then I kind of want to get into this conversation. Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, December 15th. At Real Candace Owens and I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a public or a productive conversation. Thank you. And then Candace responded, and she said, I am very much looking forward to this discussion. So now the next question I think we should be asking is like, what is the upside for Candace having this discussion this way? Number one, because if she turns it down, she says no to it, then it would kind of be like, oh, well, we offered her this, we offered her that. She turned down both opportunities. So now Candace is in a position where she has to take this closed door meeting, which now as you have this conversation, is Turning Point is trying to draw out and figure out, what does Candace know? What does she have that's so wrong?
What does Candace know? That's a good one, Ryan. I like where you're going with that. So let's just get together. We have some disagreements. Let's have a little chat behind closed doors, no cameras, just me and you, mano y mano, and let's just kind of work this out. What do you know? And she's like, I know this, I know this, I know this. Oh, and somebody that's listening in will be like, dang, she knows too much. Right? So, she's on to us. What are we going to do? All right. I don't know, but we got to make her look bad. Right. Like we've done the Mike Jago guy. We made him look bad, but still got followers. I don't understand it. We've done so much to like discount him, but that's kind of the way the game's played, guys. I don't know what's going to happen with that. That's very suspect to me. We have, this is good. Here it is. I thought it was gone, but it is here. All right. So what we have is people trying to spread disinformation about something that's happened that we're finding, like I did on the first within hours, right? Within less than an hour. All right. I saw the shooting. I'm like, that's strange looking. And then I did a show. Then after my show, I went in and there were people making chats about, the shooting. So I was kind of watching that. So I went over and I looked at the video and I'm like, oh, bullshit. Bullshit right away. Boom. Derek Johnson has blown this up too. Derek Johnson and I have done shows together where we blow this out of the water. And he talks about how there's like doubles and that's how they play this game. They have somebody else come in and there's just so many things. My lovely wife does excellent research as well, and she pointed out so many things. So those of us that have eyes to see and ears to hear, we see through this. All right. So I don't know why they're doing this, and there's some fairly legitimate people that are continuing the narrative. So there's something that they're trying to gain from this. I don't know what that something is, but I'm watching. If I figure it out, or if some of you figure it out, let me know. I know a lot of you guys have some theories like I do, but nothing I can really put my finger on. The only thing that, from what I'm seeing is there is disinformation. I think that what I said is I think that he's in Valhalla, all right, and is part of a group that basically was playing the deep state, and they knew that they were going to get hit. And so they're like, well, let's take control of this and make it a big production that blows them away and exposes them even more. All right. So I think that's what happened with the Trump assassination. I think that's what happened with CK. And there's another group that's back there, that's doing some of these events and making them look real. So I don't know. That's my observation. I've seen these guys, and some of the stuff that I've done before in the past as a Navy SEAL, and I've seen some people come in and do some stuff in other places, right, that were you guys are making a false flag thing, aren't you? Like, okay, I can't talk about it, but I'm watching. So these things go on. And of course, some of it's bread and circus that the deep state's trying to do. And so it kind of rolls a little bit, and we expose it, but nothing ever happens. It's like just, it's just somebody like comes out with a script, kind of like that War of the Worlds, where H.G. Wells came out and was reading War of the Worlds on radio. And people thought Mars was attacking us. Mars beings were coming in attacking us, and they freaked out. I think they did that on purpose to see what the response would be. And so it's like, you look at all that stuff and you're like, who was it, a good guys playing that, or was it the bad guys playing that? So it's kind of hard to determine sometimes, but I think it's good guys that are playing the CK thing. And people are getting wise to it, and they're trying to like continue the narrative a little bit longer. That's why, they have Erica Trump, lookalike come out and cry, crocodile tears. And, she's wiping her eyes with, what's that, Visine, or something that stimulates the tear ducts. And I think it's just all acting. That's my thoughts. So, you tell me, what do you guys think? Well, I know what you guys think. Most of you guys are in agreement. The rest of you are like watching. So let's watch a little bit more.
Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent, and frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high-intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on. And
all right, so we know this is the deep state that has been caught with their finger in the cookie jar, right, cheating, and or their hand in the cookie jar. And so they're being exposed. They don't like it. They're trying to make a scene. They're trying to throw disinformation out there that she was a criminal for exposing their cheating. And, now it's come to a point where it's all being exposed. They, got away with it, they thought, for like over 4 years. And now it's coming to a head. And we're probably going to see a lot of political types, have accidents and start to disappear from the scene.
because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and a pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado.
Yes, he said that. He said he's being run by the cartels, like I've been saying. So, it's coming out. So it's good. Guys like me push the envelope. You guys talk it. You guys share it. And then it gets back to President Trump and his team. And it's like, the people are on it. We can expose now. Right. And that's what he just did. All right. This is the way this works, guys. All right. So some of you came in and said nasty things about me posting that SEAL Team 6 came in and rescued her. I felt that it was bullshit. Right. But I've talked about it already. I was like, if it comes to the point where the Supreme Court of the United States, it's not of America, so it's the Supreme Court of the United States. So that sounds like the corporation. But anyway, those guys, sometimes they say good things and sometimes they do Roe versus Wade, which was proven to be wrong. And So they got, it was like 40, 50 years. They got away with a false narrative there with Roe versus Wade. So will they have another false narrative? No, because they've already said, once before that Colorado tried to play games and take Trump off the ballot because he was involved in J6. No, that was their 10-mile corporate headquarters for the deep state, right? So we're figuring them out, and it's no, he tried to do the right thing within there, and they hijacked it and made it into something very bad. And so now we're seeing President Trump is saying that, hey, I'm pardoning her. Now I know that they were trying in the background, from Juan O'Savin on several shows, and I look at he's post information all the time from his other site, but he has been talking about how they have been in the background trying to work this out. It's like, look, we know you had your hand in the cookie jar. She was exposing you. You need to let her go. And they're like, no, we're not going to. We like our cookies. we like to cheat. We want to continue to cheat. And you're not going to stop us. And there's going to be multiple shooters all the time, because we don't care that you guys know that when we say multiple shooters, it's only one. Screw you. All right. So President Trump is like, okay, all right. Because we, the people, are like, hey, Tina needs to be let go. We want it. We want it. And calls coming in everywhere. And they're like, God, we got to do something. So Trump is like, all right, so pardon. And now we're going to play the game. We're going to play the game with Colorado, because once they lose, once the cookie hand is pulled out and everybody sees, oh, the governor of Colorado should be there. And so it's going to, and Trump actually won the election in Colorado. So when they do that, it's going to be dominoes around the country, guys. So they're going to resist. They've been resisting this massively, putting her in jail for 9 years and resisting, her release. When she is released, it's going to be very, very fast and ugly for them. Fast and furious is coming for them.
And he was afraid to do anything, but he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and...
See how he has the military behind him? Mike is right. My boys are going to go in and get her out. If SCOTUS comes in and says, you need to release her because he's got the right, because it was a federal election and she was exposing federal crimes, and you're putting her in there for a state, you're going to let her free because President Trump is right. And they're going to, if they resist, it's going to be military time. And that's who he has behind him. He's broadcasting here in a way it's telling them it's about to get hot for you guys, right? We're going to go hot on you, you deep state actors, because you're in the wrong. And we have the backing of the American people, and we're doing the right thing for the good people of America. We're not concerned about the people that want to do crimes, the cartels and extreme leftists, the Carl Reiners. We don't care about that anymore. We're pushing back on that now. And we're moving forward. We're not going to let any of this, take away the rights of Americans, which have been usurped for a very long time. Constitutionally, we, the people, have the power, and they have slowly taken away from us. So when government takes away our power, the only way we get it back is to take it back. So I think we might have to take Tina back, right? So just be aware of that. So here's another actor gone bye-bye, Anthony Gary, dead at 78, right? He was kind of an old guy, so. But I have a lot of 75-year-old people that are using LifeWave and 80s that are very healthy. So I don't know. I think they took him out. So anyway, so Rob Reiner, look at all these. Fact, Trump colluded with Russia. In 2016, we discovered that Putin helped Trump steal the election. The White House release of altered transcript of Putin-Trump presser is further proof of treason. The president of the United States is committing treason in plain sight. When Fox says that DT colluding with the enemy is not a crime. Russia hacks our election to help Donald Trump. FBI violates Hatch Act and colludes with Trump. After speaking with many government sources, deep state sources, evidently, who indicate direct connection between DT and Putin, investigation must happen before DT is installed. This was back in December 2016. So remember how they're like really pushing that Russian narrative? And they're like, Donald Trump cannot be president. He has colluded with Russia. So remember, the deep state, they always use Russia. If you have colluded with Russia, it's game on. It's free. They can come at you any way and every way till the end of Sunday until you're taken down, just like they did with President Kennedy, just like they were going to do, and probably many times trying to do with President Trump, assassinate him, right? This is real. This boy is one of their puppets. This boy is one of their puppets, right? So, like I said, I have sympathy for everybody that dies. I believe Donald Trump will be the last president of my lifetime, and he was so prophetic. Yeah, so prophetic. Good job, Rob. You're